Good evening, everyone. I call this regular meeting to order at 6:37. Thank you to everyone for their patience. We were having some technical difficulties. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Pooh.
Thank you, Mayor. Please rise and face a flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Menchaca.
Here.
Vice Mayor Liao.
Here.
Councilmember Ding.
Here.
Councilmember Harrington.
Here.
Councilmember Pooh.
Here.
Great, thank you. I will now turn it to our city attorney.
Sure.
If you could please mute yourself. We're listening to some conversations on the sidelines here. I'm going to turn it to the city attorney to report on our closed session that we had earlier before this meeting.
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Prior to this meeting, we had a special meeting of the City Council, which was a closed session that was held for purposes of real property negotiations for the property identified as 405 South Delmar Avenue. The City Council received a report from agency negotiator Mark Lazaretto. No reportable action was taken. Madam Mayor, that concludes the report.
Okay, thank you. We'll start now with some announcements from our Chief City Clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on Cable Channel 3 and our online platforms. Please email all public comments to cityclerk@sgch.org no later than the time the item is considered by the council tonight. Comments will be read for up to 3 minutes each. Comments received after the end of the public comment section will be forwarded to the City Council after the meeting. If you wish to be added to the distribution list to receive City Council agendas, please email your request to cityclerk@sgch.org.
Okay, thank you. First item is the approval of the agenda order. Are there any objections to the agenda order? Okay, I see none, hear none, so the agenda is approved. Next item, please.
Presentations. Item A, updates from the office of Senator Susan Rubio.
Okay. And is the senator here?
Yes, I am here. Good evening, everyone. This is Senator Susan Rubio, so hopefully everyone is well and your families are healthy. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to call in. I know during this difficult time, we're not able to connect as much as we used to. I do miss going to your events and interacting with the community. Unfortunately, this is the forum that we're given. So thank you again just for letting me call in. But I do want to take the time to congratulate Councilmember Tony Ding. I haven't been able to, again, congratulate him in person as I normally would, but I really wanted to acknowledge his recent election and just thank him for wanting to serve, as well as Councilmember Harrington, who also, I believe, was reelected. So to all of you on the dais, I know your job is very important right now, especially as we navigate these very difficult and uncertain times. So thank you, Mayor Menchaca, Vice Mayor Ken Holau, and Councilmember Harrington, Councilmember Pooh, and newly elected Councilmember Tony Ding. We do appreciate your service as a former council member and being on the dais for 13 years in the city of Baldwin Park. I know that this is the most difficult times, but this is what we're elected to do, and that's to step up in times of crisis, and you've all done it so well. But I wanted to take also a moment to just acknowledge our recent tragedy of the San Gabriel mission and what happened there. I wanted to first say that I'm completely and truly committed to helping the city of San Gabriel rebuild. As many of you know, I was a teacher for 17 years, and this location is so personal to me. I spent about 12 years teaching fourth grade, and fourth grade focuses on California history. And I would take my students every year to go on field trips, and it really it became a home to me. And so it's no coincidence that I chose the city of San Gabriel, and in particular the San Gabriel Playhouse, to have my swearing-in ceremony, because it was very significant to me. So I will start off by saying that personally, I will make sure you have $5,000 to contribute to the fund that's being, I guess, put together to restore the mission. But also, I believe that this is not just a treasure for the San Gabriel, city of San Gabriel, but it really is a treasure for California. Not only do students from your community visit the mission, but children across the state. I know that I used to often give assignments to my students, and they used to go up and down the California state just to visit every single mission that we have. And so I think it's so important that we treat it as such. And I'm going to push for at least for the state to help fund, if not all, at least some of the rebuilding. I'm going to take it to the Capitol and really stress how I believe it shouldn't be necessarily the responsibility of just the city of San Gabriel, but it's a California issue as well. So I'm fully committed to fighting for that funding to make sure that we get, that mission restored to its fullest, and really that our students continue to enjoy the history, the learning, and it really is part of our history and the fabric of California. So with that, I wanted to just again connect. I did want to update you on some of the bills. However, I know that we have so many people waiting on the line. I wanted to share that I met with all the city managers from the San Gabriel Valley this morning. I was able to go over all the bills and some of the bills that are particularly more impactful to your community. So I hope that your city manager is able to convey the message. And again, I'm here always. My office is always available. And anytime that not only you on the dais as leaders of your community can reach me, but also any constituent, any person listening on this call, my office is still working really hard to help not only in issues of unemployment, which has become one of the biggest issues, I think, in California, but anything that our office can help you with, we are willing and able. So thank you so much. And so again, just wanted to say stay healthy, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator, for taking the time to come to our virtual meeting. We too wish we could meet with you in person, but I guess this is the closest we can get at this time. Just wanted to clarify that the restoration fund for the mission is the responsibility and the oversight is through the mission and the Archdiocese. So we will definitely convey your generous donation that you've announced tonight. But thank you for thinking of our city and such a historic site as the mission. It was very difficult to see the fact that it was tragically destroyed during this fire, but it will be rebuilt, and the Archdiocese has assured everyone, and it should be rebuilt for the restoration for the Jubilee next year, 250 years anniversary. So thank you for thinking of us and thinking of that historical, architectural, spiritual icon that we have in our city. We hope to meet with you soon, or maybe another Zoom meeting soon. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will be there for that celebration. Like I said, I missed seeing all of you in person. I missed interacting with your community, the constituents, the families, and I will always make it a point to be present. So thank you so much, and I hope everyone has a really nice evening.
You too, Senator. Thank you. Okay, next item.
COVID-19 briefing. Presentations will be made by Fire Chief Wallace and Police Chief Harris.
Okay, just a reminder, this will be an ongoing presentation on the agenda until the COVID-19 pandemic ends. We want to keep the public informed on a timely basis on efforts being taken by our first responders and city staff. I will now give it to Fire Chief Wallace. Would you like to begin?
Sure will. Thank you, Mayor Menchaca, Vice Mayor Liao, and members of council. Tonight, I'm happy to update you with related COVID statistics as it applies to our city and our fire department. And this is current as of 8 p.m. last night. We have now a current running total of 358 cases in the city of San Gabriel and 26 deaths. Our death rate has remained fairly static over the last several weeks, with only one new death to report since we last met 2 weeks ago. The cases in our skilled nursing facilities remain very stable, and it appears that the infection control protocols that they've put into place are working very well. It should be noted that over 68,000, almost 69,000 of the cases of COVID are in the 18 to 40-year-old demographic, which has really sprung up in the last few weeks. This is a majority of the cases, and it's leading to an increase in hospitalization rates. What is good, though, is that the hospitals are implementing their surge plans, so we have good bed availability for now. It's also noted that with the younger folks being hospitalized, they're not as sick, so they're not taking up the ICU beds and the ventilator beds as we saw earlier in this pandemic. But this is still very concerning, because these are the younger folks that generally appear to be invincible, and they're getting this terrible disease and getting very sick now. As far as the San Gabriel Fire Department, I'm very pleased to report that we've maintained our record of 100% healthy membership. We have had nobody that's had a confirmed COVID case. Early on, we did have several members out that were under investigation, but have proved negative through several tests. Our calls for service are up, and we're still finding suspected cases of COVID in the field. That number is steady, but not overwhelming at this time for us. Our PPE stocks are good at our present use rate, and we're able to respond to all the calls for service that we're receiving. That's my end of report for tonight, and I'm ready for questions after the police chief is done.
Great. Chief Harris. Chief Harris, we can't hear you. Your mic is on, but we can't hear you. We're going to give Chief Harris a moment to call in. Jonathan, I think he's going to be calling in.
Noted. Thank you, Mayor.
Chief Harris.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, members of the community, good evening. This is Eugene Harris, the police chief for the San Gabriel Police Department. This will be a brief COVID briefing of police operations. We have been operating at 100% capacity and still providing service to the members of the community during the entire COVID situation. As far as COVID enforcement, we are still seeking and have been receiving community support in gaining voluntary compliance, and we are going to continue in that endeavor. We are, however, prepared to take active steps or active measures to enforce should that become necessary. However, to date, that has not been an issue. And I wish to thank the members of the community for adhering to CDC guidelines and other rules that have been put in place to ensure we soothe the spread or flatten the curve of the spread of this virus. Our PPE stocks are solid, and our personnel are showing up every day to provide the service that this community enjoys. We have had one case of active or a positive test with regard to one of our training personnel. It's one personnel, but that person has since returned to work with a negative test. Aside from that, we continue to monitor situations in areas around the city to ensure we don't have major groups gathering and congregating in areas that could create a danger. We will continue to do that and properly staff all those areas and accept calls where there are reports that we are having issues. In the meantime, we will continue to pay attention to all of the CDC guidelines and work together with our partners both inside the city and outside the city to provide guidance, enforcement, and certainly efforts to make sure we do our part to flatten the spread. And that is my end of report.
Great, thank you, Chief. Okay, council questions. Vice Mayor Lau.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I guess I have a question for Fire Chief. According to the recent study, a patient has the contracted COVID-19 virus, and this person doesn't wear a mask. And however, say the first responder or paramedic personnel, they wearing masks, but the chance to get infected is 70%. So that's a scary high. So I was wondering, besides wearing a mask, do we provide face shields to protect, other parts of the face, and maybe gargles for the eyes? This is my big concern. And another thing is when they call 911, any of these dispatcher ask for the patient and say, oh, well, are you infected by COVID-19? Do they ask that kind of question before you go out to transport the patients?
Those are two real good concerns and something we look at every day on every response. To answer the first part of the question regarding the PPE, the paramedic or the first responder that's going to make contact with the patient is completely covered with a mask, with goggles, a face shield, and a gown, as well as gloves. We also will attempt to place a mask on patients that can tolerate it and that are willing to do it as an added level of protection. So yeah, that is something we're very, very careful of. We also maintain a 6 to 8 foot distance when we're initially talking to someone, unless they need an immediate medical intervention. So we're able to get our situational awareness up, talk to the patient, try to encourage them to put a mask on if they haven't. But we are prepared when we show up on scene and very, very well protected. And to answer the second part of your question, yes, to answer the second part, from the very, very onset of this, there's been a set of protocols in that the Rubio dispatchers are asking. And those are constantly changing depending on what the studies are showing and what the medical findings are. But yes, every patient is questioned as to have you had an exposure, are you infected, what kinds of symptoms are you showing, and that sort of information. And that's happening while we're en route to the call. So that information is updated in real time over the radio and as well on our MDCs and the rigs. So we have a pretty good idea of what we're walking into. But yes, the pre-screening is done.
Great, thank you, Chief. One more question for our police chief. You know, yesterday, this city, I think it's Calabasas, they passed an ordinance and was a mandate for mask wearing. And any violation, they will post $100 fine. So do you think it's something City of St. Gabriel is going to do? You know, because if we don't enforce it, people just don't really, you know, care about wearing it. So that's the only way to stop the spreading of the virus if we, you know, if we all wearing masks. So that's my question. Are we going to make it a mandatory wearing masks?
Well, in reference to a municipal code, to answer that part of the question, I imagine anything is possible. We would have to sit down and discuss that as a staff and as a group. But I think there would need to be some underlying factors that would push that trigger. I think, like we stated earlier, we are in our city really being respectful as a general public of getting and following the rules that are put forth by the CDC. And in my experience and the experience of those around the police department, we've seen that the voluntary compliance seems to be working. We want to emphasize that as much as possible and only use that other heavier-handed approach in the event that we start to see that people are not following the rules. And so the answer to the question in short is yes, we could do that, but should we do that? And that would be something the staff would have to discuss at great length.
Okay. Yeah, I think $100 fine is reasonable. You know, before we heard about 1,000, and you know, and if we don't enforce it, it doesn't mean anything. But $100, I think that's reasonable. Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember.
And thank you,
Dean.
Mayor. That's all of the questions.
Oh, thank you, Vice Mayor. I assumed you were done. Councilmember Ding, do you have any questions?
Yeah, okay. The question for the police department chief was the question is our officer go out. We have the protocols to let them to wear the mask or not?
Well, the CDC guidelines are asking for masks, and the information that we're getting from the county and the state are that masks are required in places where you cannot observe social distancing. I believe that was the last directive. And so we are certainly going out and making sure that we advise and keep people informed that they need to wear the mask. I've heard some of our police officers drive by, and if people aren't wearing them, they'll get on the PA system and remind them to wear them. That's been fairly successful. What we're not doing is going around and essentially becoming the mask police, for lack of a better term, unless that becomes absolutely necessary. I think we believe as a unit that the people of this community can be trusted to do what is being asked of them. And so far, we've had a positive experience with that, and I expect that to continue. I've had no indication that that's not the case. So we are going around reminding people to wear masks. We have made sure that our policy is that our personnel, as an example, are wearing the masks. And that's a constant reminder for the folks in the community. So up to and until we start to see a major issue or something I determine to be more risky behavior than we've seen, then we'll take the next step and potentially start to actively enforce that. But I think so far we're doing a good job of letting the folks follow the rules.
Yeah, how about our police office itself? It's go out to wear the mask too or not?
Yes, they are required to wear masks.
Required, okay. Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so maybe, yeah, something maybe I will call Chief Wallace regarding some issue. Okay, I will call you later. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrington, any questions?
No, I have no questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Pu.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions. Thanks to all the staff for keeping everybody safe. Thanks.
Thank you. And all I wanted to say is just applaud Chief Harris in particular that I've been working with more. There have been reports of people not wearing masks, and the chief and his team have been very responsive. And my understanding is that you make the visit, you remind them and they comply. So I can attest to that statement. So thank you so much for, it's a very sensitive issue for some. And you're handling it very well from what I can see from my end, from the complaints that have been shared with me. So, so thank you to the whole, to everyone, to how they're addressing this pandemic. We'll just move on to the next item. Next item, public comment.
This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of interest that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. And Madam Mayor, we have one comment this evening. It is from Debbie Kilgore regarding the Arroyo Village condominium project at 235 South Arroyo Drive, San Gabriel, and reads as follows. The owners hired a public relations firm to hold community meetings regarding this property. Meeting dates 6/24 and 7/20. The first meeting, many questions or concerns addressed were not presented or answered. The second meeting yesterday, they did allow us to talk with them. Again, they could not answer the questions presented and would need to get back to us with answers. This is a project that has been owned by Mr. Jack Lax since 2004 and 2012. It started out as a 72-unit senior project, but then in about 2011, became a 46 to 41 condominium project over the last 10 years. The actual condominiums will be built on the west side of the Alhambra Wash and is overwhelming to the city of Alhambra residents. It is actually 2 to 3 stories above the residents on Vega Street. It is requesting many different variances that go from 40 feet to 20 feet approximately. Many problems seen, drive by. And that concludes public comment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the City Council or public requests separate discussion. Madam Mayor, we have not received requests from the public to pull any items. However, we have received one public comment each for items 4E and 4F. Would you like me to read the comments at this time?
Yes, please.
Right. The first one is from Pam Petovich, President of the San Gabriel Historical Association, and reads as follows. To the members of the San Gabriel City Council, on behalf of the San Gabriel Historical Association, I would like to thank Armene Shaparian and Mark Gallatin, along with the staff, for your work on the museum and city agreement. It took a lot of research on your part, as well as the association, to get all the facts and the correct wording for this agreement. Thankfully, due to your efforts, we now have guidelines for everyone to follow. The next item is from Linnell Messinio.
And what agenda item is that for?
This is 4F.
F, okay, thank you.
Okay. And it reads as follows. After viewing your agenda topic of homelessness plan, I'm pretty sure this is on the agenda and I wanted to offer my opinion. I have seen many people who enter into our washes near the corner of Boardway and San Gabriel Boulevard, near the old bowling alley. My opinion about planning are as follows. If I understand the laws correctly, no one can camp, litter, loiter, expose themselves, which I have seen on Del Mar Avenue near the wash off Valley Boulevard and on Las Tunas near Carl's Jr. If these laws are enforced, then those who happen to be homeless and break these laws, then the following should be implemented. A homeless person should not be unable to live homeless as it affects our community in many negative ways, supports drug abuse and alcoholism, puts citizens in danger, creates fear, creates trash and disease. As many of our children do walk home, they should not live in danger because laws not enforced or broken. Personally, I have visited the laundromat many times in San Gabriel, located off Las Tunas. There was a group of homeless men who would hang out, drink beer inside, leave their trash all over and inside. Many elderly come to this business. I've called the police more than once regarding this issue. A homeless man actually tried to put his wet clothes in with mine as they dried. I should be able to support this business without fear. I stopped going to this business in the early morning hours. This group of homeless men were on bikes and they also hung out at McDonald's in Alhambra. Anytime you have businesses and schools that have electrical outside outlets, you will find homeless who venture to these businesses in the early morning hours and late evenings. When homeless break laws, they should be given options. A, arrested if they break the laws. B, make them clean up their mess and move on, but give them a ticket. If given more than 3 tickets, they are arrested. Log is saved with the police department. C, if on drugs or drunk, given the option to be dropped off at a treatment program or jail. D, if truly homeless, given option to be taken to a homeless center or a list. E, if mentally ill, a crisis team is called and the citizen is taken to a hospital for evaluation. F, if someone is to rebuild their life and we do not want homelessness, we need to create a program for those that are truly homeless. This population will need housing and support, not an apartment or motel. We need to create statewide locations for this population, not $1 million building. We have locations in California that are empty where we can begin to dent homelessness. This will be a huge feat. Personally, I think it starts with changing the requirement to obtain free cash aid and food cards, must have an address, and enforcing the laws to protect our community from danger and disease. No one wants to be homeless, and if they do and aren't a danger to themselves or others, then they can live freely at a camping site. Most homeless people are addicts or mentally ill. They need our support. Since California offers cash aid and food stamp money to those without a home address, and Madam Mayor, that is the 3 minutes for that comment. And that concludes the comments on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Okay, I will now ask each council member if they'd like to pull an item for separate discussion. I believe Council Member Pu, you wanted to pull 4I.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. Thank you. Yes, I'd like to pull item 4I simply because Public Works Director DeVink and I were able to have a conversation about the one aspect of this that item, and I was asking him. I'd like him to share that information with the full council and the community regarding the fiber optic network that we're going to be able to install to help with traffic flow, but then also with the potential that we may be able to sort of piggyback or leverage the funding that's available from these from the 710 project to you know go even further and go beyond that so not only get the benefit of the reduced congestion and better traffic flow, but potentially also provide better internet services. So if Director DeVink is on,
Just 1 second, Councilmember Pu. Let me just ask the rest of the council, poll them. Is there anyone else, any other council member who would like to pull an item? Councilmember Harrington? Any?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm fine.
Okay, Councilmember Dean, is there anything you'd like to pull?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, great. Vice Mayor Lau?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so Councilmember Pu, you have the floor.
Well-
Actually, Greg?
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
so it's appropriate to take a vote on the non-polled items, then turn to the item that's been polled.
But if it's just clarification, can't we just wait for the clear?
You can choose to do it how you want, but the idea of the consent calendar is the items that are pulled for discussion are held over and you vote on the other stuff first.
well, this will only take a few minutes, so I think yeah we could do the entire consent calendar. It's not a matter of approving or not approving that particular item, just a matter of providing additional information, and I thank Director DeVink for you know, his work on this and also the information that he'll be providing.
Director Greg DeVink, would you like to respond?
Sure. I'm responding based on a conversation I had earlier with Councilmember Pu, so I understand his questions. We are receiving a lot of money, a little over $3 million from Metro 710 for specifically one of our 7 approved projects that will install fiber optic connectivity to a lot of our traffic signals and busier intersections up and down our major corridors. We submitted a request to have this connectivity along Valley and San Gabriel Boulevard. And with their award, I believe there's a good chance we can do more corridors than that. So if there is funding available within their amount and we get good bid prices and an efficient design, we may be able to add additional fiber optics along Las Tunas and Del Mar, and even a slim chance of New Avenue. Having this fiber optic network system in the ground is very valuable to enhancing our traffic throughput, the efficiency at our intersections, and just to keep traffic moving along and better synchronized. But there's a secondary value in that having communications in the ground can be used for other resources. And most specifically, the obvious one is telecom, whether it's internet service or cellular service, they all need fiber in the ground as well. And the city can also put in our own fiber. The intent from Metro in funding the city is 100% improving traffic capacity. And they would not be willing to pay additional dollars for other uses, but this is a very good opportunity to provide capacity for other uses, whether it's a spare conduit or a larger conduit that can pull additional fiber for other purposes, whether we use them for our own internet uses, whether we lease out our own internet service and bandwidth someday, or whether we simply rent conduit space out to the carriers for their own deployment of 5G cell sites or internet to the home or whatever the technology is. So there's a market for it, and this project provides a very obvious opportunity to get underground fiber at the lowest possible price. We will never see this again, because this project will already do design, it will already construct boring pits, it will already have all the machinery in place to jack conduit, to set pull boxes. We're going to work with the designer to see what's the most efficient use, how we can achieve all this. But if in the future, when we're further along in design, if additional funds are required to provide the potential additional benefits beyond traffic signalization, synchronization, and improvement, Public Works will come back to council with options and possibly a request for funding, or simply we figured it out and we feel we can accommodate more under the scope of what Metro is willing to approve. So I think design is going to take a while, but this will probably come back to council for discussion. And I just want council to be aware that Public Works is moving forward with this understanding that the additional potential capacity of this project is recognized, considered valuable, and we will certainly keep that in mind moving through every step of design.
Great, thank you, Greg. Oh, go ahead, Councilman Fu.
No,
Was there anything you wanted to add?
no, Greg said it all. If it please the mayor, I'm ready to move the consent calendar.
Okay.
Oh,
Madam
that
Mayor,
must be
I
another
just have a
Councilmember
quick
Dean?
question.
Oh, Vice Mayor. Well,
Yeah.
let's start with Councilmember Dean. I think he was first.
Okay.
Councilmember.
Let
Okay.
Councilman Dean first.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the question for Greg, I saw that we synchronized the traffic. Actually, still saying it's for the item I. One thing I just, because this is good, maybe the good time is mentioned, on Las Tunas and the Warner Group, they don't have a traffic light. They only, on the Warner Group, they on the Las Tunas have the stop sign, but this intersection, it's a lot of the accident happen because they don't have a traffic light. So I don't know, so is it possible to add on this, synchronize the traffic signal on that?
As part of this Metro 710 funding, no. There's a very well-defined scope that we've requested and they've approved. Adding a whole intersection is quite a significant change and it won't happen.
Okay.
We are working with other grants to improve. I believe we have 5 other intersections that I don't have the list in front of me that are currently being reviewed with state funds for other enhancements. But to change an intersection from stop signs to signals is a very significant investment. It's I'm going to ballpark around $1 million. So that's not something we can just easily add to another project. I think the 5 intersections we're looking to enhance are generally along Las Tunas, and they have to do with adding left turn lanes to improve safety and traffic throughput, as well as enhance pedestrian crossings with some flashing. One of them is an overhead flashing crosswalk sign, and just to enhance safety all around and traffic throughput.
Okay. Thank you, Greg.
Okay, thank you to Councilmember Dean. Vice Mayor Lau?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Greg, that's just a quick question. You know, I think it's a great idea while we're doing this traffic improvement, but I think, you know, Metro Board would not approve the funding for broadband internet service if we're going to put fiber optic underground. But there is possibility, I believe there are some consulting firms there representing different telephone company, telecommunication company. And if we go to their service, maybe they're willing to pay for it. So, you know, maybe that's one option that we can look into. And of course, you know, it will be most ideal that when we're working on this traffic signals and we do the internet connection at the same time. So that's my comment.
All right, I completely agree with you. I do not believe Metro will provide additional funds for anything beyond traffic mitigation efforts. The builders of the infrastructure for the telecoms may be interested in jointly funding it. We can look into that. The issue there is they don't give you something for nothing. So if they fund it, they want the use of it. And it could be negotiated that it's a joint use. But once it's a joint use, you might lose your opportunity to actually rent out the investment to them if they're funding putting it in the ground. So we have to evaluate it in several ways. But that is a very good point. There are private industries that would be interested in joint funding additional conduit work.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Mayor,
And I have no questions. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember.
may I just add, the point of the additional detail here was the opportunity to be able to perhaps develop city-owned fiber optic network at a fraction of what it would normally cost, which then could be a potential revenue generator and or other benefit, you know, to our community as a whole. So again, I just want to thank Director DeBink for his work on this issue, and also for keeping an eye out for opportunities where, you know, we can, if we're gonna bore a 1-inch hole anyway with the Metro money, then, you know, the marginal additional cost of boring a 3-inch hole, you know, if that's something that we could afford at that time, then that's something that we may be able to consider when the time comes. So again, thanks to Director DeBink.
Great. I'll take your motion now. Councilmember Pu, you were going to make a motion.
Yeah, I move approval of the consent calendar.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I second it.
Okay, Vice Mayor. Okay, so Assistant City Clerk Bonus, please take the vote.
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Next item, please.
We have no public hearing this evening, so the next item is new business A, monthly budget update. Presentation will be made by Interim Finance Director Ken Louie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Well, as promised during the budget hearings, we've installed a monthly budget placeholder, and tonight's our first one. This, of course, is going to help us navigate through the twists and turns of COVID and keep council abreast of anything with any major fiscal impact. Obviously, only being 3 weeks into the new fiscal year, there's not earth-shattering changes, but there are some items that we want to bring to you tonight to bring to your attention. First, if we could talk about property tax, which of course is our biggest revenue, we were pleasantly surprised and pleasantly glad to hear that the National Association of Realtors reported that pending home sales surged 44% in May 2020. This is the largest jump seen since this index began tracking this information in 2001. And what's important here is that the home values stay high, because ultimately the home values will directly affect the property taxes we get in the door. Secondly, you might recall that with the onset of COVID, the governor allowed for the delay of property tax payments without the threat of penalty. We were kind of concerned about that, but then we were happy to hear that despite the ability to delay your payment, HDL is only showing that the delinquency rate is 2.7%, and they normally run about 2%. So basically less than 1% change or less than 1% additional people are taking advantage of that benefit. And that would have still required them to pay within the year. So we'd be made whole by the end of the year. Now turning to another big revenue of ours, sales tax. And we're still expecting really a dreadful quarter in June 2020. Of course, we don't have that information in yet. And of course, we feel really badly for our hotels and our local businesses doing poorly during this time. The good news is the county pool, LA County pool, still remains strong because, again, people are jumping in on their computers and making purchases online. That benefits us. Where formerly a sale at Target, if someone was to buy something at Target, say our local, the one in Alhambra, Alhambra would get 100% of that Bradley Burns 1% sales tax. Whereas if they buy it on Target online, we would get a share now suddenly instead of getting zero. So as the pool continues to rise, we share in that. It's a good thing. And if there is a second shutdown due to COVID, we can imagine that the pool will be strong again. So, and then there is one other item that actually came to light today. We actually received from one of our major hotels the TOT information for the quarter that just ended June 30th. And it was basically, it was close to zero basically, but fortunately we budgeted zero to be conservative. We knew that primarily the quarter they were shut down completely. So we didn't expect, we budgeted zero and we got a little something in. So that's kind of the update. That hotel did reach out to us and say that they've been open since July 1st, and they're at a 30% occupancy rate, which is a little better than we estimated. And that's my report. I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. So before we go to public comment on this item, let me ask for clarifying questions, just a reminder to our council members. Councilmember Harrington, any clarifying questions?
No, I just want to thank Ken for the report. I don't have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dane.
No, thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Pu.
No, thanks.
Okay, Vice Mayor Lau.
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now I announce that the time for public comment on this item is closed. Chief City Clerk, please read any comments received for this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one comment on this item from Chastity Jennings Nunez, and it reads as follows. To the City Council members, the residents of San Gabriel, like the residents of our nation, are worried and afraid. 4 months after California's shutdown, we are in a worse place. The possibility of a second shutdown looms daily over the city. There is no national leadership. Over 140,000 Americans have died due to COVID-19, and there is no end in sight. In addition to concerns about health and safety, different levels of anxiety about joblessness, income, housing, and food insecurities, and the education of our youth and young adults are causing significant stress for San Gabriel families. The last several city council meetings have included long discussions concerning particular items in the city's budget. On June 30th, a significant portion of the meeting was spent discussing an item that, as one citizen commented, accounted for less than 0.1% of the budget. Why is that necessary? Decreased revenue and program changes related to COVID-19 are a reality. The 2020-21 budget has to be reviewed with an eye toward allocating funds to address the needs of San Gabriel residents. Some of those needs may have more of a priority this year than in other years. It is absolutely key that expenses, including longstanding service providers or services, be evaluated for key performance indicators being met. That the city manager and staff started the discussion on June 30th concerning the animal control contract by apologizing for putting the city council in a position of making a decision without full and complete research is extremely concerning. Acknowledging that there were other options available, but essentially only providing the city council with one, with the excuse that there was no time to properly investigate others, is unacceptable. These monthly budget updates should show forethought, preparation, and proactive recommendations to reallocate money or to recommend more cost-effective options for services where feasible. Finding 1 or 2% of the current budget to use in new ways is significant. Many of the traditional community services programs have been and will need to be canceled due to COVID-19. Community services need to be expanded in scope to include human and social services. Partnering with local nonprofits in our community to provide social services like homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, street outreach, food pantries, and help for families of domestic violence will be critical in the coming months. Expanding the senior meals program, immigrant assistance, and a youth jobs program could be supported by general funds as well as formula and competitive grant sources. Finally, our city government must have a strong liaison and communication with SGUSD to support families. These are extraordinary times and there is no place for business as usual. I hope to see evidence that our city government is reconsidering the way it functions and helping each resident live safely and realize their full potential. And Madam Mayor, that concludes the comments.
Okay, thank you. And now this is the time for council deliberation and discussion on the item, monthly budget update. So we'll start with Vice Mayor Lau.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question. Ken, you mentioned one of the hotels just opened up. And well, I don't know if I listened wrong. There's 30% occupancy rate right now since July.
Yes, we spoke with the gentleman this morning, and he said they've been open since July 1st, and they're at about 30% occupancy rate.
Okay. That's Sheraton, not Hilton.
Am I okay to disclose?
Vice Mayor Liao, this is Mark Lazaretto. We can't share trade secret information like that publicly, so I'd prefer that we not the operator.
Yeah, just I'm trying to clarify which hotel that Ken is talking about. But anyway, as I understand, both hotels is operated like 5% of the occupancy rate. So yeah, if we want to figure out the TOT, I don't think we can estimate that high, And second question is regarding the sales tax. I know, a lot of the LA County pool, they based on this, the 1% allocation, but majority, because the online sales have gone up quite a bit. But in our city, I think still there's a lot of business closed. And I'm not sure that we can get maybe my question is, what do you predict? How much is our actual sales tax?
Councilman, you might recall that we budgeted $4 million, and that is significantly less than last year. However, don't forget we're getting the new the new transaction tax this year. So while 4 million might sound close to previous years, it's actually going to be hopefully pretty accurate because we're getting the new sales tax, the new transaction tax. And something I pointed out previously is if something is delivered to the home, we get the full new transaction tax unrelated to the sales tax, regardless of something's purchased. Let's say you purchase something in the online, the main part will go to the county pool. However, the city of San Gabriel, if it's delivered to your house, will get the full transaction tax. So that's kind of a nice benefit. Also, we're not advocating modifying our budget estimates from a couple weeks ago. We're not saying that tonight. We're just, we've budgeted conservatively and we're not asking for any kind of change on that tonight.
Okay.
And,
All right. Thank you.
this is Mark Lazaretto again. I do want to add one more thing that Ken didn't bring up regarding sales tax. One of the biggest sales tax producers in the area during the last quarter is Airstream, because of people wanting to take advantage of other types of vacations. So we may be pleasantly surprised when we get our next sales tax report on what we receive from just one of our sales tax producers. So it'll be difficult to predict, but interesting to see.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things that's I'm sorry. One of the things that's kind of interesting is you might notice when you see these marketing campaigns, there's a real big push to buy cars online now. I believe it's the sales tax point of sale still going to the respective dealers, but eventually I could see where that would go into the county pool if you're buying 100% online. So that's something to think of. That would really hurt the cities with big car dealerships and help us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pu.
No questions or comments, but definitely do keep us updated on that, on whether online sales of automobiles would then benefit all the cities, because that really would be a huge shift. And I look forward to the report in August when I think we'll have a little bit more information, better information about what the performance was in the last quarter and also going forward. So thanks, Ken and the staff, for putting it together, these monthly reports together, and staying on top of it, keeping us informed.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions.
Councilmember Ding.
Yeah, okay. I joined some organization, the online seminar Zoom meeting. Some statistics from some university, I forgot, maybe it's Northern California. The average, they state the report. They say average sales tax, so it's compared with previous, just only 25%. It's significantly reduced. That's I worry about it. Is it this kind of statistic, it's true or not? So I don't know. Yeah. But that questions asking the Ken, did you have any resource regarding that?
You want to remember that the COVID quarters are really April through June. So as Councilman Pu said, we don't really have true numbers yet. And maybe in the next 45 days or so, we'll have accurate numbers of what they're calling the bad quarter. So I can't quote what the outcome is of that last quarter. Of course, it's going to be bad.
Okay.
But there's no real information on that at this point.
Okay. All right. I hope we can keep watching that. So make sure our city, it's still keeping good, right? Okay. Otherwise, it's a significant reduce. That's too much, Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. And I also wanted to say I look forward to next month's update, because then we will have the real numbers. And I know everyone's trying to predict what it's going to look like, but every city has different revenue streams. As you mentioned, Ken, we don't have car dealerships. Other cities heavily rely on it, and it would be very interesting to see how we benefit from that. Other cities don't have hotels. Other cities don't have the foodie corridors we have. And I know a lot of our restaurants are being very creative. And so it definitely is not one size fits all. When the predictions do come, it really is city specific. And so, so thank you for having, the eye on all the different businesses and how that could affect us. And I appreciate the time that you and the staff, the rest of the staff is taking and keeping a sharp eye on this. But at this point, so I didn't have any questions, Ken, just letting you know I have an understanding, and thank you for kind of trying to bring that to our attention, but I am expecting more detailed reports for our next update. And I think tonight, all we were going to do is just, let's see, the recommended action is for staff to recommend that the city council receive and file this report. So do we still need to take a vote on something like that? Okay, so then that was incorrect here. Okay, so we'll just go to the next item.
New business item B, presentation by Athens Services for potential contract modifications. Presentation will be made by Public Works Director and City Engineer Greg DeVay.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the viewing and listening audience. My name is Greg DeVink, the Public Works Director, and tonight I will be doing a presentation on Athens solid waste handling contract with the city, and I will be doing it with Christian Warner, who's representing Athens. We're going to take turns on the various slides, and at the end, you'll be able to ask both of us a whole bunch of questions. So with that, I'll start by saying tonight our presentation is going to cover Athens, who's got a long history with San Gabriel and their existing contract, Athens as a company and their expanding resources and services, relevant laws and how compliance affects the industry and San Gabriel's customers, potential contract options for council consideration as we continue our relationship with Athens, terms that other agencies have opted into, and what a sample invoice looks like. And finally, at the end, as I've said, the opportunity to speak with both of us and ask questions. We can go to slide 2. So currently, Athens has an 11-year term contract with automatic renewals each year for a new 11 years. And to explain that, every year we do not formally tell Athens of our intent to terminate the contract. The contract resets as a new 11-year contract. This is very common, although it sounds a bit unusual. It's very common among hauling contracts, and that's because for a hauler to invest into a new city to pick them up as a client typically costs millions of dollars to buy more trucks, to give every resident and business containers and bins, and to provide all the services that are associated with all this. So to amortize their cost, haulers like to have a long contract. Athens has also been providing the city with street sweeping services for many years now. And we're gonna now go into some environmental laws and some services Athens provides that you may not be aware of. And so currently one of the things is an opt-in program for commercial customers to have their organic waste stored and hauled separately. And as the time of when I wrote this report, there was only 2 customers in all of San Gabriel that joined. At this point, we can go to slide 3, and I'll turn over the next bunch of slides to Christian to discuss. If your audio is working. All right. Christian, I don't hear your audio.
I think you might have to call in, Christian. We can't hear you.
I can see him calling.
Can you guys hear me?
You have to mute your computer.
Okay. How about that? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize for that. Okay, thank you, Greg. First of all, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, good evening, and thank you very much for having me at your virtual council meeting. This is my first virtual council meeting that I've been to, where I've been on video and on the phone, so this is exciting for me. And I also want to just quickly thank the members of the subcommittee that we've been speaking with over these last few months. I just want to say thank you for your time and your attention to the things that we've been discussing. I believe that we've been having some really good discussions as it pertains to our contract and education of this industry, and really trying to make some improvements that will benefit the city, the residents, the commercial businesses, and the city of San Gabriel. So with that, on slide 3, this is just a slide to show you some of the some pictures of what we do at Athens. In the top left, that is our Sun Valley MRF, Material Recovery Facility. That's one of 2 MRFs that we have where we process mixed waste. The waste for San Gabriel actually gets processed in the City of Industry, and that big truck that you see in front of the MRF is called a transfer trailer. After we process all of your trash and pull out all the recyclables, the remaining residue or trash gets put inside that transfer trailer and is taken to a landfill. The picture in the bottom left corner is a really exciting thing for us. That is American Organics, an aerial view. And what you see there are rows and rows of compost and organic material that is sitting out there. It's organic material that's turning into compost. That's out in Victorville, and that's the site that we have where we take all of your city's green waste and where we take whatever organics we collect in the city, as well as our other cities, we take it to that facility to turn it into usable compost. And a lot of that compost we actually return back to our cities by way of free compost giveaways. The picture in the upper right-hand corner is just a picture of one of our automated trucks that we have in some of the residential areas. And then in the bottom right-hand corner is a small little picture of what we call our food waste sort line at our material recovery facility. So you'll see a lot of food scraps and organic material there that we go through to, to pull out and get as many organics as we can. So that's just a quick little snapshot of some of our infrastructure that we have in place at Athens Services. If you'll go to slide 4. So within the trash and recycling industry, the state of California has given us a lot of assembly bills, if you will, that we all have to comply with. And 3 of them in the last few years are of utmost importance. And so I'd like to briefly just touch on these. I know that I've touched on them before in previous council meetings, and in our subcommittee meetings, we've discussed them at length. So for those who are viewing right now, Assembly Bill 1826, that's been around for about 4 years now. That's a law that says that commercial customers are supposed to separate their organic material separate from their trash. And organics is a mixture of green waste, food scraps, and food soiled paper. And so the state of California, all commercial customers are supposed to be doing this. However, as Greg alluded to in a previous slide, there's only 2 customers in the city of San Gabriel who have an organic container, who are separating their organics. And they happen to be supermarkets, which is also very common in a lot of cities. And that's because a lot of supermarkets already and for many years have been separating their organic material. But despite our efforts, every single year we do visits, we do education, we send out flyers and inserts, and we talk to commercial businesses. This has been a really difficult assembly bill to comply with. And CalRecycle has been meeting with both the city staff and us here at Athens Services to talk about the efforts of San Gabriel. And they have actually recently directed the city to put in place and implement a more robust program in order to comply with that state law. And we'll get into
that program that we have proposed to the city. Assembly Bill 1594 just started in January 2020, and that is the Assembly Bill that a few months back I was at the council meeting, and we have put that program into place for the city of San Gabriel. Since January 1st when it started, we have been taking San Gabriel's green waste to our American Organics facility and turning that into organics. And what that allows the city to do is it allows the city to, first of all, comply with the state law, and it continues to allow the city to get all of the diversion credit for that green waste. Previously, green waste went to the landfill and counted as alternative daily cover, and this new Assembly Bill no longer allows that. So you as a city are 100% compliant with that law. Finally, Senate Bill 1383, that's coming up in about a year and a half. This is a real big one. This is going to reduce organics and methane emissions from the landfills. CalRecycle has recommended that the city and us, Athens, prepare now to implement a program so that we can all be in compliance by January 1st of 2022 when this starts. And what that state law says is that 75% of all organic material needs to be separated and removed from the waste stream and taken away from landfills. It can no longer go to landfills. And that's why we have American Organics, is to have a home for all of the organics at our exclusive cities, just like San Gabriel. Another thing that might be difficult is this state law requires that 20% of the edible food coming out of San Gabriel be recovered for human consumption. That's going to take a lot of work by a lot of the food establishments in the city. All residential, multifamily, and commercial properties must have a source-separated organic container. So basically, this is really probably the biggest part of it, is that with Assembly Bill 1826, there's only certain commercial businesses that need to comply, but under Senate Bill 1383, everybody in the city, no matter what you are or who you are, commercial, multifamily, or residential, has to comply. You guys are already in compliance with the residential side, and we now have a program to help with the commercial and multifamily. Now, CalRecycle will put they have fines that they will impose on jurisdictions, residents, businesses for non-compliance. So this is probably one of the first times that they're really putting some teeth into one of their Assembly bills. And as far as them policing this Assembly bill and how they're going to do that, we don't know the specifics, but we do know that there will be fines for non-compliance. Okay, if you'll go to the next slide, please. Slide number 5 it's a nice visual slide that shows you 5 of the important Assembly bills. The 3 on the right are the 3 that I just spoke about, and the 2 on the left, Assembly Bill 939, that one requires that each city recycle at least 50% of their waste. We're already doing that for the city, and we indemnify San Gabriel against that Assembly bill. And AB 341 was fortunately an Assembly bill that we were already taking care of when it came out in 2011. That one said that all commercial establishments must recycle. Well, we were already doing that for years and years in San Gabriel because we take all of your waste to our material recycling facility. So this just gives you a snapshot of the bills, the legislation, and the compliance that you as a city and us as your hauler are facing here in California. If you'll go to slide 6, please. So this is, I'd like to talk here just simply about Assembly Bill 1826 and Senate Bill 1383, 2 of the 3 that are the big ones. And we've put organics programs in many of our cities, and through our experience with putting in those programs and through a lot of feedback from other city staff, we have come up with this program that you see in front of you. And what this program does is it takes care of both AB 1826 and SB 1383. We are able to provide the city with contract indemnification for the life of your contract for both of these bills, much like we do currently for Assembly Bill 939, the 50% recycling bill. What we do here is we get a separate brand new organics truck that will be just for San Gabriel, and we put all new organic barrels out in the city for everybody to use to separate their organic barrels. And when I talk about everybody, I mean all commercial and multifamily establishments, because the residents are already separating their green waste. There is a cost to this program for us, as you can imagine. We have to have a separate truck. We have to have separate barrels. We have to take the material all the way up to Victorville to the organics facility. And the processing cost to process organic material and turn it into compost is about double what it is to process it if you're just taking it to a material recovery facility. And that's because of the time that it takes to turn it into compost and just the processing that it entails. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it that's added with the organic material to turn it into usable compost. And so because of this, we need to put a 14% commercial rate adjustment in place to basically pay for all of the new costs that are involved. And we have, I guess, recommended or proposed to the city that we would be able to, split this up over the next 2 years in an effort to try and phase that in and not have to do it all at once. But we take all the organics to American Organics out in Victorville. It turns into compost, which counts as diversion for your city. We at Athens Services do all of the annual site visits to every commercial account, every multifamily account. We do all of the public education. We do all of the reporting support, and all the documentation is collected by us. So all of the compliance standards, if you will, that cities are asked to do to comply with these bills, we are putting that on us at Athens Services to essentially take care of these programs for you and then give you all the information that you need. The thing that we've changed from the experience that we've received in other cities is we went to other cities and put in place an AB 1826 program. And then they said, Athens, what are we going to do in 2022 when Senate Bill 1383 starts, when everybody has to separate their organics? We don't want you to have to come back into our city again and do another rate adjustment, so let's take care of it all at once. And so what we've done is, again, we've tried to put everything in place right now and really phase it in over time to kind of lighten the blow, if you will, that ultimately goes to the ratepayer. And so with Senate Bill 1383, which starts in January of 2022, we would need to implement separate organic container pricing at that time, but we would have a 75% subsidy on it in 2022. So the customers would only be paying 25% of what that rate would be. And then the next calendar year, it would be a 50% subsidy. And then in the third year, we would provide a 25% subsidy. And so it wouldn't be until the fourth year of Senate Bill 1383 where the customers would actually be needing to pay for the full price of that additional barrel that they would need to separate their organics. We also would provide different options, whether it be a 30-gallon barrel or a 60-gallon barrel for the customers, depending on their needs and depending on what they have going on at their establishment. But in 2022, that's when everyone in every city is supposed to be separating their organic material. And so that is an overall view of the program that we are offering to our cities. We have some cities that have started it. They've had instant success where they are having anywhere from 35 to 45% participation. We are taking many tons of organic material to our composting facility every week. They're getting higher diversion, and there's a lot of participation. And the one thing that this program does is it incentivizes all of your customers to participate in the program because they're getting the barrels that they need, however many they need. The rate is already in the rate that they're paying by way of these rate adjustments that could be put in place, and they're incentivized to participate because the more organics they put into an organic container, the more trash or organics comes out of their trash container. If you can reduce your trash container, you can actually reduce your bill by getting a smaller trash container or reducing the frequency or the quantity of trash containers that you need. So there's really a lot of incentives to the customers to participate in this program. With that, I will turn the presentation back over to Greg, starting with slide 7.
All right. Thank you, Christian. So now we're changing topics a little bit, and we've reached the part of the presentation where staff seeks discussion and direction from council on potential contract modifications. Over the last several months, Athens and the city have had many communications regarding a wide range of potential contract modifications. A solid waste committee comprised of Mayor Denise Menchaca, Councilmember John Harrington, City Manager Mark Lazaretto, and myself evaluated every proposed option and responded with some of our own, which I will briefly discuss in a minute. Where this all finally settled out is described on this slide. The committee thought it was best to have council debate and provide direction on how we want to think about our solid waste contract in terms of time. And right before you is evidence that time actually is money. To put it simply, the longer term contract is more valuable to Athens, so they are willing to compensate the city for increasing contract time moving forward. As I've already explained, we have an 11-year contract with Athens that automatically renews to a new 11-year term each year that we do not inform them of an intent to terminate the contract. This is our starting point, and this was the shortest possible contract duration we can consider, 11 years. We have less than 11 years, we cannot have less than 11 years, and leaving the existing contract as is one of the viable options for consideration tonight. Two other considerations that we'd like debated and seek direction on is to consider a medium-term option where Athens has proposed to add 7 additional years on top of our 11-year base term. This medium-term option would retain Athens as a hauler for a minimum of 18 years instead of 11. And in exchange, Athens would compensate the city $175,000 each year until such time that the city provides notification to Athens of an intent to terminate the contract. The payments would stop at that point, but we would continue to have Athens as our hauler for 18 additional years. And finally, similar to that, for a long-term consideration, is Athens has proposed that we could add a 14-year extension on top of the 11 years. This would retain Athens as our hauler for a minimum of 25 years instead of 11. And in exchange, Athens would compensate the city $350,000 each year until such time that the city provides notification of an intent to terminate the contract. Then the payments would stop and we would still retain Athens as our hauler for another 25 years. All of these payments would be adjusted by the applicable CPI each year, so they do grow. Athens did propose a few other option packages, and all of those packages contained one aspect where they requested that we allow their rate adjustment to be CPI plus an additional 0.5% or 1%. The committee reviewed the impacts of this particular term over many years and ruled them out because the fees to residents and businesses would grow considerably higher with the compounding of this increased inflation rate over what we expect to be a long-term contract. So I know this is a lot of information on one slide, and what does it really all mean, which I will show you on the next slide, if we can go to slide 8. So here I've prepared a graph showing the total accumulated funds for all 3 options, starting from now at year 0 and ending out 30 years from now. The future can keep projecting onwards, but just for the topic of discussion, I showed it out as far as 30. So the chart shows various options on how much total revenue would be received from Athens if we elected to terminate the contract in 5, 10, even up to 30 years from now. And the projections would keep going past 30, as I've said, if it went longer. You can see there are blue dots along the bottom that all indicate $0. That is the shortest term option, and that is currently what we have in place today. We can keep our 11-year term as it is and receive no additional compensation. This allows us to maintain the shortest possible contract term with Athens. If we provided notice to Athens to terminate in 30 years from now, Athens would be our hauler for 41 years, 30 plus 11 additional years, and we would make no additional revenue. The orange line in the middle represents the medium-term option for consideration. And I've also, again, plotted all of these out in 5-year increments so you can see the accumulated revenue over time. If we went as far as to provide Athens a 30-year contract, and after 30 years, we notified them of our intent to terminate, we would have Athens for a total of 48 years. So it's 30 years to notice, 11 years that we have today, plus 7 more additional years for 48 years. Over that time, Athens would have compensated the city $7.1 million, and then we would have them for the remainder of the contract without additional funds. The gray line is the long-term thinking process, and it represents a 14-year extension to the existing 11-year contract we currently have. So if we went out again as far as 30 years before providing notice to Athens, Athens would be our hauler for 55 years in total, but we would have accumulated $14.2 million. All of these have an assumption of CPI of 2% per year, because the adjustment is a factor in this, and we have to presume something. So here you can see time actually is money. The shorter contract has value to the city by enabling us to terminate our relationship with Athens in as short as 11 years. The longer terms have value to Athens because a longer term contract is obviously more valuable to their company and their stability. To put some perspective on all this, we go to the next slide, slide 9. So Athens has been our hauler for the past 33 years already. And back 33 years ago, Athens acquired San Gabriel Disposal, who was our exclusive hauler since 1948. So Athens, along with the company they absorbed, has been the city's contracted hauler for 72 years already. It's also my understanding that Athens is on good terms with the city, and we have enjoyed a good relationship and excellent services. However, should the city wish to someday end our contract with Athens and go out to public bidding, there is the reality that there's only a very few companies that are capable of providing all the services we require, not only for hauling our waste, but compliance with all the laws that keep coming and growing over time. And if we were to go out and select a new hauler, they would want a long-term contract as well, as it costs millions of dollars for them to invest into a new city. So a longer-term contract lowers our rates for residents and businesses, since the hauler has many more years to amortize that investment. The third bulleted item shows what we've researched for 8 other cities and what they currently have as their contracts. So you can see West Covina and Covina have 25 years rolling plus 5-year meet and confer, which is very similar to rolling. So they have 30 years with Athens. Monrovia has an 8-year rolling contract. Temple City and South Almonte have a 30-year rolling contract, and I'll have to apologize for Almonte for making it one word. Azusa has an 8-year rolling term, which is currently in negotiations with Athens, and I expect probably will go longer. Irwindale has a 40-year rolling contract, and Sierra Madre has a 25-year rolling contract. Athens is also our current street sweeping contractor, and they have been for several years. However, we are going to go out for competitive bidding to feel out the market in the next month. Athens also can provide additional services to the city for a fee, such as trash can service for $125 an hour, which equates to 2 workers and a truck and the materials they need to gather all our trash cans. Currently, we do this with in-house staff. And they also offer compost services for $600 per 10 tons delivered, which comes from their facility up north. So please go to slide 10, and I will turn the presentation back over to Christian again.
Okay, on this last slide, this is a sample invoice of a residential invoice in the city of San Gabriel. And at the top, you can see that it shows that it's for the billing period of August and September. And that's because in San Gabriel, the customers are billed for 2 months at a time. And what we have proposed to do is make just a couple changes to this invoice based on whatever direction the council gives here in the short future. And one of those changes would be that we add a line, the fourth line in the body of the invoice that says state mandate recycle fee. And what that does is that identifies the fact that there are, as you guys have all seen, numerous state bills and mandates that we have to comply with. And when I say we, I mean we as your hauler and you as a city. And really the residents and the ratepayers of the city are all in this together. And so that's just a way to show that these are state mandated fees. They're also unfunded, just as a matter of information. These are state assembly bills that have been sent down and they are unfunded, basically saying to the cities, to the haulers, to the ratepayers, here's the assembly bill, you guys deal with it, you guys figure out a way to comply, and we realize it's going to cost money. But we would add that line, and then in the body of the invoice, where you see that message, again, it shows that this invoice is for August and September services, and there at the very bottom last sentence, we actually add to a standard billing message that we put on all of our invoices, that the state mandates include AB 939, 341, so on and so forth. So it shows the individual residents what the city and what everybody is having to comply with and deal with. So this is just a way to be more transparent and to be more educational to the ratepayers so that they can really see what's going on. As always is the case, we always get questions as it relates to our invoices or services that we provide or different things that we do. We welcome questions. We welcome people to call into Athens. We have our customer service number there at the top of the invoice. And we have well-trained customer service representatives that are able to talk about all the different aspects of a customer invoice to help them understand it. With that, Greg, unless you have anything else to point out, we open it up to any questions that the council might have.
Which is slide 11.
We'll make it official.
There you go.
Great, great. Okay, well, first of all, we're going to start with clarifying questions because we do have, we will be asking for public comment. There might be some. But I did want to correct Christian when he said a few months that the subcommittee's been spending on this. It's almost a year that council member, my co-pilot, I guess, council member Harrington and myself have been working on this, trying to get a good understanding, trying to, I think, for example, the billing being more transparent. So, and because of holidays and COVID, and a variety of things, it extended itself to almost a year as our subcommittee. But I wanted to thank you, Christian, for making yourself available during that time. I'm assuming we have the record when it comes to having these type of negotiations. But I just wanted to clarify that, we've spent a lot of time with this. So let me start with, before we go to public comment, I'll start with Councilmember Harrington. Is there anything else, any clarifying questions you have, Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have, I don't know if they count as questions or more comment on the process. It's kind of a hybrid, but they're not really meant for what I would call council debate or anything like that. So I have about 5 or 6 areas I wanted to cover. So I don't know if you might want to do public comments first.
Okay.
The comments are pre-recorded, right? So this wouldn't affect the comments at all. Is that correct?
Councilmember Harrington, this is Mark Lazaretto. Yes, we've received all the comments up to this point, so it wouldn't change the comments.
Okay, so I'll go after the public comment then.
Okay, yeah, we're just at clarifying right now.
Right.
Okay, Councilmember Pu, clarifying questions?
Thank you, Mayor. So the 8 cities that are listed on slide number 9, who are the service providers for those cities?
I believe they're all Athens.
Yes,
Okay.
it's Athens and all those.
And did the subcommittee or staff do research as to what the revenue and terms would be for any other waste hauler?
We did not.
No.
Okay. I think that would be a key piece of information to have in terms of the discussion here. So
I'm not certain I'm not certain we'd be able to figure that out. If we went out for competitive bidding, there really is no telling what would come back in today's market, because cities have such long established contracts that you can't really compare a city that negotiated 10, 20, 30, in our case, 70 years ago. What would that look like today if we switched haulers? It's a very hard thing to figure out.
Also, they would have to guess like in 11 years what it would be, not tomorrow.
With the evergreen contract establishes that even if we say today we're going to terminate, it takes 11 years for us to really be out of the contract.
That's true. I understand that. Okay. But basically, there are no options that are, no other options that are on the table.
And just to add a little bit of clarification, Councilman Pooh, it's Mark Lazaretto. When we say, did we check what revenue options would be if we went with other cities? We did not. But what we did do is we surveyed cities other than cities that have Athens to see what their contracts were like. So it wouldn't be the same as going out to bid and checking, but we did do a survey to see what their contract terms were, what the agreements that paid the city, and some of the terms. It's very difficult to compare apples to apples, but we did try as much as we could to make sure we were in the market. And we checked cities that have Republic, cities that have Valley Vista, and a couple of other cities. So we surveyed a total of about 15 cities to see what their contracts are. And it's very similar to what Athens is proposing for us.
Very similar, but it would be helpful if that information could be presented in a chart to the council before we make a decision.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lau? Vice Mayor?
Hello?
Oh, there you are.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Do you have any yeah, we can hear you. Any clarifying
Okay,
questions?
great. Okay,
Clarifying
so
questions?
I couldn't see you. I couldn't see any video presentation, but yeah, I'm on this issue for many years. I just have a quick clarification because, Athens has the American Organic plant in Victorville, and I just heard they sell their compost at $600 per ton. But yeah, according to one of the bill, those composts belong to the city. So do we have to compensate some of those revenue to the city?
I can answer that. This is Christian Warner.
Hi, Christian.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
The compost giveaways that we do in all of our cities, they are free giveaways. The reason that we put that little tidbit of information there is in case there was ever a situation where a city or even any individuals, if you would, were asking for additional compost above and beyond what we already do for free. And simply all that is that $600 is just to cover the cost of our truck and our labor in order to provide that compost wherever it needs to be provided and delivered. But the compost giveaways that we do in the cities, they are for free. So this is over and above.
So you didn't answer the question. So the compost belongs to the city or belongs to Athens?
Well, if you look at any contract, as soon as a trash hauler picks up any type of material, it technically belongs to the hauler because now they're in charge of it. But the terms of the contract then direct you where to take it, what to do with it. And that's what we did with this contract back in January, is the council approved that Athens was to pick up the green waste, the residential green waste, take it directly to American Organics and turn it into compost. And then it is returned by way of compost giveaways. So again, that's how it works. this $600 for a 10-ton delivered truck, again, it's really just an option that's out there in case the city ever wanted more than what they already get for free. Or like I said, even individuals or other companies, if you will, like a golf course could call us up and say, hey, we'd like to just buy a bunch of your compost. Can we do that? And the answer is always yes. We have a lot of compost to provide to people.
Yeah, besides compost, I think, the Athens can do better with higher revenue. I suggest maybe biochar, or even make this compost a better material like Miracle Grow, and it can sell at a much higher price. So I just, suggest that. But yeah, you answered my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Ding.
Okay, so we this topic is with the Anson, but every year we do the go out of got the bid from another company, or we just continue negotiate with the Anson.
Every year, our current contract with Athens renews for 11 new years. Each year, we do not inform them of our intent to terminate our contract with them. So we have not been going out for competitive bidding to other firms in essentially, I think, over 70 years.
That's what we are usually do. I try to understand. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very common practice with waste hauling contracts in all the other cities around us.
Okay, that's for the waste contract. I saw have the street sweeping. It's so the city will going out for the competitive bid, right?
Yes, street sweeping is another service that Athens provides, and they are currently our contracted street sweeping company. However, we are intending to go out to the open market to see what the competitive rates are in the realm of street sweeping. This is completely unrelated to Athens being our waste hauler.
Okay, so waste hauler, it's usually we don't do that every year for the bidding. But for the sweeping, we do that like every year, the bidding too, or
not every year. It's a multi-year contract typically.
Okay. Thank you. And another question, I don't know, to clarify question. It's for the Anson, regarding organic recycle, especially condominium or apartment. Because use the big trash bin. So how do you separate the recycled organic?
So with the program that we are proposing, in order to comply with both Assembly Bill 1826 and Senate Bill 1383, we would actually place barrels, whatever size and whatever quantity, every condominium, apartment complex, multifamily, and even commercial business, whatever they need in order to place their organic material in. And so you'll have organic material consist of green waste, food scraps, food, solid paper. So our program allows every single account, every single structure and building in the city to have that separate organic container so that they can separate it at the site, and then we come along and we pick it up and we handle it from there and do what's appropriate with it in order to keep the city in compliance.
Yeah, but for the single house, you will be separate the trash can, right? You provided a separate trash can, or?
Yes. Yeah, at single family or at all the residential homes, everybody in St. Gabriel has a container for their green waste and then a container for everything else. And green waste is organic material, and we take that to our organic facility now. And the everything else container, which we call mixed waste, we take that directly to our material recycling facility, where we recover every possible ounce of trash that we can by way of recyclables before it ever goes to the landfill. So everything that we pick up in the city of San Gabriel goes through a recycling program or process or facility of some sort of another before it ever goes to the landfill.
Okay. So that's meaning like if like multi-family, so you just pick up whatever trash can to your facility to separate for our resident. We don't for the resident, for the multi-family, they don't need to separate by themselves, right?
You know what, the multifamily customers, I believe that it depends on how many units they have. I believe if they have 9 units or less, then they will have services much like a single family home will, where they have separate black containers and green waste containers for them to separate it. Typically, if they have 10 or more units, they will have a bin where everything gets put into that bin, and then that bin gets taken to our recycling facility. But with these new laws, with these new assembly bills, multifamily complexes, no matter how many units they have, are required to have a separate organic container now. Really, since 2006, they should have been doing it.
Okay. So
we're trying to propose a program that kind of incentivizes everybody to really start doing it.
Okay. So if with this compliance, so how do you distribute this kind of separate trash can for the multifamily?
How do we distribute those?
Yeah.
We actually we acquire all the new organic containers, and we deliver them out to every single multifamily establishment. And we do that by way of we communicate with everybody with a few mail pieces before, asking them how many they need, how many they want, and then we deliver those out to the city. And we give them the instructions and the start dates and how to do it and the education that they need.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Christian.
Welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Christian, just clarification. When's the last time we've had a compost giveaway? Because I thought I had seen something, but I wasn't quite sure. Is it something that Athens has been offering or will be offering?
You know, I can't recall the specific date that we've had a compost giveaway. To be honest with you, a lot of the giveaways and annual cleanups and different events that we do in our cities have been put on hold because of COVID. So I don't have a specific.
Pre-COVID. Maybe Greg remembers. Pre-COVID, I thought I had seen information about giveaways that was at our public works facility. Is that correct, Greg?
I don't recall in my time here ever giving away compost at our facility.
Okay.
We have other giveaways like oil can, oil containers to drain your car. We give away funnels. We give away things that we receive grants for, I guess, environmental compliance issues like recycle your oil. But we've done some other giveaways, but compost, I don't recall when we did the last one.
A lot of times we do those during Earth Day, which is in April. We do those for the cities because it just goes right along with those events. And so we'll try to do one in the spring, and then we'll usually try to do one later on in the fall. So we do 2 a year per city. But honestly, we really just do them at the request of the city. Whatever's best for the city, we really just go along with their timing.
Okay,
so we can do it anytime.
So we would have to make the request to have a compost giveaway then.
Well, yeah, and I think as part of all of our discussions, I think I had mentioned in a few instances that I wanted to memorialize putting at least 2 compost giveaways into the contract. So if the council, decides to move forward with a different option and an amendment is necessary, one of the things we'd like to do is put in there that we do 2 free compost giveaways for the city every year.
Maybe that's what I was thinking about, because I remember having that conversation at some point.
Yeah,
Okay, well, let me just move on to public comment. So let me just make the announcement that the time for public comment on this item is now closed. Chief City Clerk, please read any comments received on this item.
Madam Mayor, we have not received any public comment for this item.
Okay, well, then we'll continue on with, or we'll start with council deliberations and discussion. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. And like I said, a lot of these are not necessarily deliberation, but I just wanted to go over some things that kind of we learned during this whole process. I just wanted to thank Mark, Greg, Christian, and Mayor Menchaca for a lot of work, a lot of time put into this. I just wanted to it was an educational experience more than a negotiation, I would say. We were presented with a lot of information, and it was more, I would say, I've done a lot of negotiating, and it didn't feel like a contract negotiation as much as it did learning about waste management and how the companies actually operate. And just for the council's edification, we did filter out a lot. I don't know that this is something that we could have handled. It would have taken several study sessions that we used to hold to get all this information across, and then lots of decision points where we actually filter out decisions and go back to the drawing board. So there was a lot of that. So I appreciate everyone's effort in that. I think the first thing that edification for the public is, and this is something for Christian, maybe people are wondering, why would Athens give us money to extend the contract? Why is time money to Athens? Because that was something that was interesting for me to learn as a council member. Even though I've heard it a few times, I think Christian did a good job of explaining why Athens would give us money as the city to extend their contract or our contract with them.
Yeah, thank you. And that reminds me of, I think, one of the initial requests of the city council almost a year ago was for the staff to approach Athens, myself, to talk about additional revenue opportunities for the city. And so while we are very much appreciative and of our agreement that we have with the city at this time, this 11-year agreement, if the decision is, you know what, we're good with an 11-year agreement, we're good. If the city's good with it, we're good with it. And I want you guys to know that first and foremost, because we appreciate being in San Gabriel with this long-term relationship that we've had. However, yes, the reason why there's value in a longer-term contract is, and because a longer-term contract allows you to simply amortize your costs over time. And so when Athens is able to provide an annual payment to a city, that is essentially a cost to us. And with more years on the contract, that allows us to amortize those costs over time, so that it's not just hurting us like you think it would be. Without that extra time, we wouldn't be able to do it. And so that's why we're really sitting here. Is it's simply just an option that if the full council were to entertain that option, we could do that. And if not, then that's okay. But this is an opportunity for Athens to provide the city with a payment. And in our minds, we've been in the city now for about 33 years, since 1987. And it's been an evergreen term, if you will, that whole time. And so we are hoping, and we believe that we'll probably be in the city another 33 years or even longer because of the good relationship that we have and the compliance that we're able to provide. And so why not take the opportunity to take advantage of, that opportunity to enhance the revenue for the city, because it does have a value to us as a company. And when our outside bankers, if you will, look at us as a company and they say, hey, Athens has a contract with San Gabriel for 11 years, they say that's a value of X. And then if they say, oh, now their contract is 18 years, for example, that has a higher value because we're in that city for a longer period of time. So that has a different type of value to us as a trash company that might be not something that other industries are used to.
Thank you. That's a good point that I just wanted to reiterate, and I would summarize it in a short way for the council is the longer the contract for Athens on their side, the more access to money they have as far as reinvesting, and the lower the opportunity costs are there. They get lower interest rates and things like that. So it actually helps them as a company lower the costs to us because of the stability. They get money. They get easier access to money at lower rates. And the more they do this, the better the chances of them keeping lower rates for us. That's just money 101. So the second thing I wanted to address is something that I learned regarding the market universe, as far as what are the competitors in hauling. Like, let's say right now we were at the end of an 11-year contract and we went out to RFP, and this is something I learned during the negotiations as well. I think if Manhattan Beach or one of the beach cities recently went out to RFP, if you could kind of explain to the council what that I will call it scenario was.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, the city of Manhattan Beach went out to bid. They had their hauler, which at the time was Waste Management, and they put their contract out for bid. And there were probably, call it 4 or 5 of the large haulers in the area that responded to that request for proposal, and we were one of them. And Waste Management, the incumbent, was another, and then there were a couple others. And the city of Manhattan Beach ended up staying with Waste Management at the time. However, overnight, when they chose Waste Management and retained them, they essentially had a 45% rate adjustment overnight because of the bid that Waste Management provided them. And it happened to be the lowest bid of all the bids that were out there. And so Manhattan Beach, unfortunately, had a large rate adjustment at that time, which was a lot more than what Waste Management was trying to negotiate in order to keep that contract from going out to bid. Now, at the same time, we had been providing services for the city of Redondo Beach. Redondo Beach wanted to extend their contract with us, but they also wanted to see what was going to happen with Manhattan Beach because they were one of their neighbors. As soon as they saw what happened with Manhattan Beach and that the rates went up by so much, Redondo Beach concluded their negotiations with us, gave us an extension for another 11 years, and asked us to retain our services with them at a much lower rate adjustment because of what had just happened in a neighboring city. They kind of saw the writing on the wall, and they were happy with the services that they had had with us for the previous 8 years. One of the things they could have done was put their contract out for bid, but because of what they had learned from next door, they decided not to. So that's just an example of, what a lot of the cities are seeing out in the market today. And I'll tell you the main reason why that's happening. The main reason is because of these assembly bills. There are literally hundreds of small haulers that have gone out of business because they simply cannot comply and keep up with the cost of this industry, with disposal, with recycling, and with the assembly bills. As a hauler, you have to have the ability to put infrastructure in place. You have to have recycling facilities, access to long-term disposal capacity, organics facilities, CNG facilities, construction and demolition facilities. You have to be able to keep up with these laws. And if you don't have that infrastructure in place to do it yourself, then you're going to have to use someone else to do it, which means your costs are going to go up even more. The Athens Services has really put themselves in such a fantastic position with all of our exclusive cities because we have put that infrastructure into place, like acquiring American Organics for all of our cities' organic material. We acquired a C&D facility where we take all of our city's construction and demolition material. We have 2 MRFs and we're about to build a 3rd MRF. And we have access to one of the largest disposal facilities in the country by way of San Bernardino disposal landfills. So those are the things that you have to have in place. And over time, haulers are becoming less able to keep up with those demands.
And thank you. Along those lines, another thing that I learned was regarding the startup costs. Let's say you did take on a new city. And this is where why I mentioned the bidding first, because what I learned there is that whoever's going to be bidding for the new contract, there's going to be a lot of new costs. So the existing let's call it the existing contracting hauler, knows this. So whereas right now we have a contract with Athens, and in the past, just so the public knows, we have given Athens temporary increases on things like when the fuel got really expensive. The contract already addresses that, and we have I would say a limiting factor on that. It's not an unlimited where, oh, we're going to go up 40%. No, it's an actual. We get the actual cost, and it just defers back to the ratepayers. So that's kind of a protection built in. So on the startup costs, if you could explain kind of the opportunity cost of taking on a new client and why the rates go up so much, and why, like you said, why an existing hauler would knowingly raise their rates so much when they were just coming out of a contract?
Yeah, the startup costs are tremendous. As you can imagine, a hauler has to go in and buy so many new trucks. Let's say they have to go buy 8 new trucks. Trash trucks these days are costing about $500,000. They then have to go buy all the new barrels for the thousands of residents and the new bins for the commercial accounts. You also have to make sure that you acquire whatever infrastructure you need in order to comply with all the different assembly bills that city has to comply with. Depending on where the city is geographically, is it close or is it far away from a recycling facility or a landfill or an organics facility? Those factors come into play. You have to hire new labor in order to drive your trucks and provide the services. And then you have to staff up in the office because you're now taking on an additional contract. And when you add all of these costs up, there are tremendous startup costs. There's a lot of education and outreach that happens about 6 to 8 months before you start up a contract as well. And so when haulers bid, when you put a contract out for bid, haulers have to take all that into consideration. And contracts need to be a certain length of time in order for any of those things to pan out. Councilmember Deing asked about the street sweeping contract a little bit earlier. Even street sweepers are costing about almost $400,000, $450,000 just to buy a new one. So when you put that contract out for bid, you're going to get people who are going to respond to it, but they have to buy a new street sweeper to put in San Gabriel. We already have a street sweeper in San Gabriel, just like we already have trucks in San Gabriel that we're able to use. And so by being able to stay in the city, we're able to have a much lower cost because we don't have those startup costs, if you will. We're able to continue services, and that again allows us to kind of spread our costs that we already have over a long-term contract.
Thank you. I think I have 2 more points, and actually 3, but 2 of them are related. So one thing I also learned a couple years, I don't know how many years back, but you told us when Los Angeles, they had a couple of haulers, but they opened up bids. I believe Athens was able to secure some pretty good size contracts in some of the districts.
Yeah.
What I wanted to know about that, and that's the only way that we really, as a council, can see whether your pricing is competitive or not, is when there is an RFP, which ones you're winning, which ones you're not, why you're winning them. So if you kind of tell about what happened in the city of LA and the contracts you got.
Yeah, LA went from being completely open market where anyone can do anything and charge whatever they want to going into 8 specific geographical zones. And each zone was handled by a single hauler. And so, as you can imagine, many haulers turned in a bid or in response to that request for proposal. LA City awarded their 8 zones to just a small number of haulers. And we were awarded 2 of the larger zones at the time. One of the other haulers that was awarded one of the zones, shortly thereafter the award, actually went out of business. And they were no longer able to fulfill that contract for LA. LA turned right around and asked us if we would retain and take on that 3rd zone. And so we now have 3 of the 8 zones in the city of LA. Over the last couple of years when they put that out for bid, we have the most of any other hauler in this region. And LA City is also coming to us because they want to use us as a company that will handle their residential trash and recycling and different things that they're doing on the residential side because they provide their own residential services. We were able to get those zones because of our low pricing that we offered, because of the services that we provide, because of the infrastructure that we have in place, and basically because of our overall package that we have. And that's why we were able to have that success in LA City.
All right, thank you. Okay, so another thing, and this is the one probably the residents we hear from the most is the, and this will get to the new sample bill you sent too, but first is the surrounding cities. We did discuss that. And there's always confusion because I know that some cities are billed monthly, some cities are billed every 2 months, some cities are billed quarterly. So I always get, oh, Alhambra pays this and Temple City pays this as far as the residents. Can you just address that a little bit? Because I know that's something that the residents want to know, because everyone in every city I've ever talked to thinks that they pay the most for trash hauling. No matter, every other city pays less than us. In other words, I always hear that.
Well, yeah, I'll start that off by saying, first of all, no two contracts are alike anywhere. Every contract is different, which sets that aside from any other city. And so the costs are different, and so the rates are different. Also, every single contract is different in the things that the council requests, or the things that the council wants or doesn't want in their contract. And so as a council asks for or requests different things, that also affects the rates for that contract. How in San Gabriel, we bill per the contract, we bill the residents. One invoice covers 2 months worth of services. And in some cities that we have, one bill will cover 3 months worth of services. In the city of Temple City, they receive trash service twice a week, where San Gabriel and almost every other city receives the service once a week. And so the invoice that the residents see in San Gabriel is the total charge is for 2 months worth of service. One of the areas of miscommunication or misunderstanding, something that we're wanting to and will clean up, is on the invoice itself, where it shows what residential service they have, it says the word weekly. And we're going to change that, remove that word weekly, because all that meant was that the residents receive weekly trash service, and that didn't mean that they were getting billed that dollar amount every week. And so we are going to clear that up, so that's no longer miscommunicated. But the residents are billed once every 2 months for 2 months worth of service, and we provide weekly residential service.
Thank you. And then I think the final point, if we can pull up slide 10, I'm not sure who's in control of the slides right now. This is a point that we've discussed in the last week or so. I brought this up with Greg. So one thing that the residents also complain about is obviously how much they're paying for trash service. And when Christian spoke to the transparency, I wanted to make sure that people know what we're voting in as far as, I'm not going to comment as to whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, but I asked if we could have our bills include what we are paying. And I think the first draft of this had something like $7, and it was only the recycling. So I asked Greg if we could go back and capture all, and asked Christian as well, if we go back and capture all of the state mandated fees, not just the recycling, so that now we see that really that what we are paying Athens is $54.50 every 2 months. So you're basically paying $25 a month for your 90 gallon trash barrel, a little over, like $27 a month, let's say. And then the city collects the fee, which basically we use that fee to repair the streets. That's really what it is. It's a wear and tear fee that we use to. It goes to the general fund, but it's a fee that we build in. And then the state mandated fees are $18 every 2 months, so about $9. So if you think about it, the state fee is about almost 40% of the cost. And so we need to realize that when we, as ratepayers, that Athens is not having like this exorbitant amount, because I think previously it said, instead of 54, it said $72, 72 something. So that I think this will help a lot as far as residents will understand what they're paying a little better. And when it does say, it's not saying weekly anymore, because I really had people swearing up and down to me they're paying like $50 a week or whatever. And I was like, no, you're not. You're not paying that much. Look at your bill again. And I would get out, and I have had people bring me their bill, and I'd say, look, this billing period is for 2 months. So you got to split that cost in half. And you're not getting charged this weekly. The service is happening weekly. So I think if we can get the bills sorted out like this, I think that's a really good PR for the city, so that the residents know what they're actually paying. It's good for Athens, so that the residents can see the service and the cost of service, and then also the cost of all of the different recycling and all the different bills that have come across in the past few years. And I think finally, just for the council, and this is more on the deliberation side than the education side, I would say, I think 11 years it sounds like a long time, but when you think about in the last 11 years, what quote unquote extra we received as far as on behalf of the residents and what we could have been receiving in the last 11 years. And if you saw Greg's chart, it's a couple $1 million or close to it. So I think personally, after going through all this, learning everything, and the actual odds of us canceling today and getting a better price 11 years from now is quite low. Athens is a stable company. They've been around a long time. Like I said, I think we've had them in 33 years, but in some form over 70 years. I can see this relationship lasting a long time. And I think it behooves us as a council to think long-term and say, we can get an extra good chunk of money here. Just how long do we want to extend it? I think would be a better question than if we should extend it, and how much the community will benefit from that, whether it's paving or what public services or other public services, because that money does, I believe it goes into the general fund. It's not allocated towards anything. So we can use it for paving. We can use it for other services. So I really think as far as the deliberation side, I think this was a great exercise to have Mayor Menchaca and I get really well educated on this, because now I can speak to any resident and explain them about 3 times what they want to know about trash hauling. So me personally, I would vote for a longer term contract. I'm not going to say the longest, because I think Greg and I have gone back. We've seen some of the numbers, and I would leave that really up to the council, but I would err on the side of longer rather than shorter. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. Yeah, we were affectionately referred to as the Trash Committee. Never came up with a different name, but it was an education process. I completely agree with you. I just wanted to let the public and everyone else, the council, know that we actually started with San Gabriel Hauler in 1948, and then San Gabriel Hauler was bought by Athens in 1987. So that's how the 70 plus years have come to be. But let's move on with Vice Mayor Lau. Would you like to?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. So yeah, since I was elected 2013, so many years, we have residents always complain to me. They want to do their own recycling, and I keep telling them, no, Athens, doing a fantastic job, because they have a material recovering facilities. One in the city industry, one in Sunnyvale. But anyway, I told them, it's easier for us not to do our recycling items. So, I visit those MRFs plants. They're wonderful, but however, because the reason situation that all the trash haulers cannot sell their recycled items. In the past they can sell them. So actually it's a revenue from either if it's cardboard boxes or aluminum cans or anything. But right now, because you cannot sell them overseas, so my question is situation getting better now? That is there a company in the United States want to buy all these recycled items?
The situation with the recycling I wouldn't say that it's getting better necessarily. It has been an extremely difficult issue that we have been dealing with for the last few years. That being, as you said, council member, that China, who was the main consumer of most of the recyclables for the United States, as well as some other countries, they just have simply stopped purchasing the recyclables from the US. And so we have had a very difficult time finding places for our recycling. I'm happy to say to you that our compliance with not only San Gabriel, but with every other city that we have, as far as it dealing with AB 939 and keeping every city compliant with that recycling law, we have been able to keep every one of our cities compliant with AB 939, even amongst this China sword phenomenon that we've been dealing with. We are seeing some changes in the industry because the United States is now trying to do some things to get into the game, if you will, to help with the recycling. We at Athens are also trying to do some things to be more of a consumer of recycling, if you will, so that after we pick up all the trash and recycling from our cities, we're now going to try and be a part of that end use and do some things with it. We're in the stages of discussions and looking at many different opportunities, and we will fortunately have a lot of information to share with you in the near future about that. But things are on the uptick as far as the United States doing things to make it better. From a financial perspective, though, that hasn't become better for us. That's been very difficult for us to deal with. But because of the contract we have in place, that is something that we've had to deal with and still keep your diversion up at the same time. And we've been able to do that.
Okay, thank you. One of the things, we talked about the AB 1826, and starting from last year, January 1st, 2019, all the commercial businesses, they have to recycle organic waste. So, yes, from the beginning, there was a 4 cubic yards, right? If they have a bin that's larger than 4 cubic yards, they're supposed to put away their food waste. But as I understand, there are several restaurants or maybe the hotels, they have food waste to give it to Athens for recycling. You put it in a smaller barrel or container. But I learned tonight there's only 2 supermarkets doing that. So what happened to the rest of the restaurants and other businesses? They're not doing any organic waste to recycle?
No, they're not. Unfortunately, despite all of our efforts, we've tried for years, ever since AB 1826 came out. And Councilmember Leal, this is something that we're seeing in all of our cities that do not have a AB 1826 program in place, is customers simply are not just going to Athens and saying, give me a container and I'll pay an additional fee for it. They don't want to do it, even though it's mandated by CalRecycle. And we are doing everything that we can, along with the city, to get those people to do it, but we're having no success. Okay. That is one of the main reasons why, CalRecycle has really come down hard on the city, saying that the city really needs to put a more robust program into place. And we have that more robust program, which I've proposed earlier tonight. And the cities that have put that program into place are now complying with AB 1826. CalRecycle is looking at that program that we put into place as a model program and are actually sharing it with other cities that are non-Athens cities, and telling them of what we are doing in some of our cities. That is something that we are hoping to get approval on from the city council here, so that we can put that same program into place in the city of San Gabriel.
So for tonight's proposal, there's a 14% fee increase for all the commercial and multifamily accounts. Does that apply to all of them, even though they don't recycle organic waste?
Yeah, and the reason why that does apply to what we've done is we've taken the cost of this program and we just simply spread it across the board by saying we would need to do a rate adjustment across all rates. And just as a reminder, we have agreed with the city staff that we would spread that 14% over 2 years, 7 and 7, to kind of lighten that blow and to work with the customers. But the reason that's across the board is because eventually, in just a matter of a year and a half, everybody has to comply with that law no matter what. Everybody has to put out a container. So by adjusting every rate, you're really, I had mentioned it earlier tonight, you're really incentivizing every single account to separate their organics because it's already in their rate. And the more organics they separate, the less trash they'll have, and then they can lower their bill by having less trash. That's the beauty of this program, is it really incentivizes the customers, which then gives the city more diversion and also allows the city to be in compliance.
So actually, it helps Athens too, because you have less work at the merge plant because you don't have to sort through all the material, because I don't know what the percentage of these organic waste, and those just go to your Rubio plant. So save you a lot of, some manual, some automation, so save some works for you.
I wish that was the case. While there will be less trash but more organics, those organics trucks will still go to the MRF. They'll still go through their own sorting line to get cleaned up, and then they'll be put in a transfer trailer and sent to American Organics from there. So we still will have to clean it up a little bit at the MRF so that it's a cleaner product at American Organics. So whether it's in the trash can or in the organics can, it's going to go to the MRF, and we're going to take one look at it, before it gets cleaned, before it goes to organics from there. That's just part of how it's part of the process.
So actually, I have to tell you my personal experience. About a month ago, I had a tree branch that broke off, and both green and black. But then just that tree branch on the sidewalk, I put it in, and Athens would pick it up. But I heard, at that time, maybe because of COVID-19, and you cut down the service maybe into one barrel. Is that true? You just pick up the black barrel, you don't pick up the green barrel?
Yeah, there was a period of a few weeks where, as a company change, we in many of our cities we had to go down to one pass collection, if you will, because of COVID-19. We had received some direction and some mandates from the state that affected both our MRFs in the way that we recycle and the way that we do collections. And in an effort to do our part to not only keep our employees safe, to keep your citizens safe, to keep less trucks on the road, to keep less of everything during those really tough emergency COVID period around April, we had to go to one pass collection where we picked up the black and the green barrels at the same time. But everything still went to our MRF, and everything was still sorted out at that time. And then we quickly went back to going back to our two trucks and 2 pass collection. So it was just a short thing. We had to do it to do our part to help with COVID-19. And fortunately, we're not doing that any longer.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your service. I called one of my friends and he picked it up right away. So thank you.
Good.
But, I have a question about this, because before COVID-19, all the business in operation, and of course, they, 7% a year, I wouldn't think it's a big deal. But right now, a lot of businesses closed. And even some of the restaurants, if they're open, they're doing maybe 30% of, business before. So you ask them to come up with this 7% increase, and they're not even have that kind of a usage, for the organic waste. So I don't know what is the most logical way to explain to this type of business to say, hey, you're not opening, but we still have to charge you.
Well, the good thing about that is that with COVID and with unfortunately with these customers, these commercial businesses that have been shutting down, we have been working with all of them as much as we can to help them. So when a commercial business needs to shut down, we help them. You know, obviously they don't need any more service, and so they're not receiving a bill. In many cases, people were having less trash, and so we helped them reduce their service level, reduce the size of their equipment, reduce the quantity, or reduce the frequency in order to reduce their bill. And if and when the time came that their business was picking up again and they needed to increase their trash service, they're allowed to call us at any point in time and change that trash service. One of the good things about the rate sheet for San Gabriel is it has multiple service levels of different sizes, quantities, and frequencies. And we work with commercial customers all the time to help them right size what they need. And so that's something that we do for everybody. So even with the 7% rate adjustment, if they're having some difficulties and they don't have as much trash, then we help them reduce their service level to a lower service level so that they're paying less money a month.
Okay. Well, one more question regarding this SB 1383. And
Yeah.
I guess we have to start collecting organic waste for everyone, you know, both commercial and residential, starting from January 1st, 2022. So one of the question is, I guess we just use the green barrel to put the whatever tree branches, cutting grass and all that green waste, and plug the food waste. And one thing I think this kind of bothers me because you know the food waste could smell very bad, especially we just pick it up once a week. And do you have any solution or suggestion that you know? I know you picked them up, you put them to Victorville plan, but for the consumers, you know, they have to wait a week to hold out all these food, and it could be rotten, especially the restaurants that we're talking about. And you know, before you told me that the restaurant would have a separate container.
Yes.
But now it looks like we just throw everything. Well, okay. Question is, for residential, it's easier. We just put organic waste, the green waste, and fruit waste into the green barrel. But what about the commercial? If they have a 4 cubic yard, you're going to provide a separate bin or maybe barrel for
Yes.
organic waste?
Yes. Yeah, that's part of our program, of our organics program, is that we do the rollout. We deliver separate 30 or 60 gallon organic barrels, whatever the customer wants and however many they need. We deliver those to the customer, and that's what they would put their source separated organics into that container, separate from their trash bin that they already have. So we provide all those new barrels to the city. We pick them up however often they need to. So we're finding that restaurants need those to be picked up, you know, a few times a week, sometimes even 6 times a week. Most commercial accounts only need it picked up 1 time a week because the volume is not so large and it's not that smelly. As long as people keep their lids down and throw the material into that container, we're not having a lot of problems with the odor or having those issues that you might think of. And from a residential perspective, same thing. In January of 2022, all residents need to do is throw their food scraps in with the green waste, keep those lids closed. We pick it up every week just like normal, and we get it out of there and we take it away. So it really is a robust well thought of program that is already working in other cities and already producing immediate results.
So for supermarkets and maybe large restaurants, they need to pick up maybe twice a week. Will be the rate stay the same as once a week, or are you gonna charge them extra?
No, we pick up whatever each establishment needs as far as frequency. We pick them up however many times they need. The rate adjustment is the same. It's the 14% rate adjustment spread over 2 years, and then everybody gets however many they need and however often they need to get picked up, whether that means once a week or 6 times a week. And we help them to figure that part out when we deliver and when we work with each customer. And then we do that once a year. As part of these assembly bills, each city is required to visit every account once a year. We do all of those visits. We do all of the education. We do everything that's involved in these assembly bills for you.
Thank you. So yeah, I appreciate that. Last question. You know, I think maybe evergreen contract is good, but I just want to compare, neighboring cities. For instance, the West Covina, both cities, they signed a contract, I don't know, 5 years ago. They received $5 million bonus. Can you tell me what, it's the money that they receive from Athens right away, not every year for 14 years or something. So what kind of programs that you offer those 2 cities?
Well, we didn't give $5 million to either of those cities up front. Those cities did receive an initial payment up front, and then they had different annual payments. So as you can imagine, because every contract is different and the requests from the cities are different, every situation is different. As is the period of time that we might be adding to that contract or whatnot. The programs are also different in some cases. In this case, we're putting in the same exact program, or we're proposing to San Gabriel the same exact organics program that we already put into place in Covina, with the same rate adjustment and the same time period and everything. And so their cost of that program actually is not any different than what we are proposing to the city of San Gabriel.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Christian. Thank you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, can you just give us your thoughts on the contract options on page 7? Is there something that you're leaning towards?
Thank you, Mayor, because I could not see, I cannot see Christian, I can see Greg, so I couldn't see the report. I don't know what's going on inside the report, but I think maybe additional 14 years, we can receive $5 million from Athens. I kept promoting this, for a long time. And one of the streets that really destroyed by this heavy, garbage trucks. And I thought, well, maybe that, Las Tunas Drive from San Gabriel all the way to the bridge, or the borderline of Alhambra, maybe, we can use that money to fix the street. But, so, if it's a 14 years additional term, you mentioned a 350,000, right? Is that correct? Because I don't have
Yeah, it's the long-term option, which is
so it's 350,000.
Yeah, 350. So it's a long-term. Okay.
Right. So besides that 350,000, do we still receive the franchise fee from Athens? Because I think that's 450,000 every year.
Yes, the franchise fee that is already paid to the city, which I actually believe is closer to, I think it's more closer to 650,000 a year. That continues. That does not change at all.
Oh, okay. So
This is an
it's
addition too.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. So I remember it was something like that.
Yeah.
Well, we can call that, road impact fee or something. But anyway, well, just a thought. I think regardless, because we were stuck with this 11 years of service contract, and it's hard to break away. So why not take advantage of this, extend the term of the contract and receive some of the money that we can fix our street. Fix our street. That's the main thing. I asked for restricted funding is for paving the streets only, not for staff salary, not put into the general fund. But I don't know if this can be done.
Well, that's something we would have to decide as a council, how we would want to put the monies, since they would go into the general fund. So that would be a separate discussion. But
okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Pu.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for being here, Christian. It's good to see you. I hope your family is staying healthy and safe. But I'll be directing my questions towards our city manager, Mark Lazaretto, and Public Works Director, Greg DeVink. I just feel that, first of all, I want to validate some of the information that's been presented. And therefore, as our duties run to the residents and the businesses, I prefer to try to get that information from our staff rather than you, Christian. No offense. And
sure.
Again, hopefully, everybody there, because I know quite a few of the other members of your team, and hopefully everybody there is staying healthy and safe. So the first thing I wanted to ask about was, how is this franchise fee normally calculated and determined? And in other words, I wanted to know what is how do we evaluate, how can I even evaluate the additional $150,000 for the medium term option, or the additional $325,000 for the longer term option? And sorry, also, can you verify whether or not the current franchise fee is indeed $650,000 per year?
Yes, taking your second question first, yes. It pays for $160,000 towards street sweeping, and then $450,000 goes towards graffiti abatement, and the remaining, which graffiti abatement's about $35,000 a year. So the remaining goes towards paving our streets, and that amount is about $450,000. So the grand total is closer to $650,000. I'm looking the number up right now, but yes, I can verify that. It's $450,000 and $160,000. So six.
Now that allocation, even that allocation, so it's closer to 610. It's about 610.
Correct.
Now, just for members of the public, I've been on the council since 2013 as well. Most of this information about the MRFs and things like that, it has been presented to us over time, at various points in time. But I don't recall ever making the allocation of how to divvy up that franchise fee. But it sounds reasonable. You say 160 goes to graffiti abatement, and what else?
I'm sorry, the 160 is allocated towards street sweeping, and actually it's just on paper that way. Our street sweeping costs are about $180,000 a year. So that's just the way we allocate it in the budget, but it all is from the general fund. So the street sweeping is about $180,000. The graffiti abatement's about $35,000. And then the remaining 400 and whatever, I can't do the math on my head right now, but 425,000 or so goes to street improvements. And the reason we divvy it up that way, Councilman Pu, is because it's not a tax on the residents, it's a fee. And so we have to use it for impacts related to waste in the city.
Understood. So let's see here. Street sweep. So essentially the cost of the street sweeping is Athens pays for the cost itself through the franchise fee.
That's correct.
Because we see that every month on the material demands, and it so basically, and when is that franchise fee paid each year?
And just so we're 100% clear on that, that's not paid by Athens. I mean, it's a pass-through. The residents pay that on their bill, and the council sets that rate every year. We haven't adjusted it in the past. That was one of the first things as the trash subcommittee, as Mayor Menchaca likes to laugh at the name. One of the first meetings we talked about what the benefit would be to raising that fee to get additional street paving. But that is paid by the residents. It's a fee, and that's passed through every month. We get that from Athens, or every 2 months as they receive it from the customers.
Right. Okay. So that's on our bills, the city fee portion. So this additional 150 per year in the medium term option, where's that coming from?
That would be borne 100% by Athens. That's the value of their contract. So they're not able to raise the rates to recoup that fee. Their rates would still be governed by the CPI adjustment that we approve every year.
So that's more like a true franchise fee.
Correct.
Okay. So great. I'm glad we're separating out these things, because a city fee that's being paid by the ratepayers and a franchise fee paid by the service provider are two very different things. And so this $610 per year, that's really being paid by us as consumers.
Correct.
So how would a franchise fee normally be calculated? Because I could appreciate, for instance, larger cities or those that have larger populations might have a larger, a larger franchise fee. There are many other factors that go into it, as we know. No two contracts are alike. That's true, but help me figure out what are the factors that go into the calculation of this number.
I would ask actually Christian to elaborate on when they are bidding on a contract, how they would value one city more than the other. But in cities I've worked in, it's all dependent on the value of that contract to the waste hauler, and different parts of the waste stream, and I'm not talking the actual trash that they pick up, but the cost of going out and servicing those accounts and the fees they can charge to those accounts. Some of those areas are money makers and some of those areas are money losers. And so when they look at a contract, that's how they divvy up what the worth of that contract is. And the higher worth it is to the hauler, the more that they'll be able to pay in a waste, in a franchise fee. The only way we'd ever be able to truly know what it's worth would be to bid that out, to find out what our market value is. But I think we were all in agreement as the subcommittee that waiting 11 years to do that and finding out that we're pretty much at market rate, it is probably not what the council was looking for.
Who proposed these particular numbers?
It was back and forth over several times. When the first probably 4 meetings we had, we didn't even talk actual numbers. We talked about what the desires were on the city's part, and we also talked about the assembly bills that we needed to factor into some of these changes. And one of the comments that we talked about early on, before we even started talking dollars, was the idea of getting money up front versus money over time. And obviously there's a time value of money. And if we asked Athens to say, give us a check up front when we sign the contract and then no money every year, that's a value to that. But we felt as a committee like it would be more important to have an ongoing revenue stream than it would be to have one pot of money up front. But if the full council decides differently, we could find out what that value is to Athens and get a number back.
Right. I mean, it's so again, obviously, if you, and Councilmember or Vice Mayor Liao referred to this, the upfront payment. I mean, it's a simple financial calculation, obviously, what you would do in terms of however much the upfront payment is, and then you have to subtract that from the lifetime sort of, annuity, so to speak, in terms of the annual payments. So again, I guess I don't have any basis to be able to evaluate whether $150,000 per year is a good number or a bad number. You know what I'm saying? Like, or whether 325 a year is a good number or a bad number.
Let me interject a little bit. The presentation was updated very last minute. So the numbers are 175 for 7 years and 350 for 14 years.
Okay.
There was a new one emailed out late because of some late minute scrambling. What it really works out to is $25,000 for each additional year. So that's one thing. And then as far as upfronting a payment, it's very tricky to do. It can be done, but you're going to have to probably agree to something much longer than even 14 years. And that's because the way this works is if we go to Athens right now and say, hey, we want to add 14 years, then for an additional payment of $350,000, and then next year we say, hey, Athens, we want to discontinue services with you. Now we have a 25-year contract and those payments will stop. So in total, you got $350,000 and then you're done. So in fronting that money, Athens doesn't know how long we're going to go until we say we're interested in canceling the contract. So in that regard,
actually, yeah, that was my second set of questions because I think it's confusingly worded in the presentation documents. So let's say we were to adopt the medium term and we would start receiving $175,000 per year. Then this says during the 7-year post-notification period, the city continues to receive the payment. So for the 11 years, for the 11-year evergreen period, would we continue to receive the 175?
That's part of the update, the last minute. The newest presentation does not have those payments. That was a misunderstanding of a different type of term. That's the meet and confer.
Right.
But there was a misunderstanding, and I corrected that last minute. So the payment does not continue as soon as we notify Athens of an intent to terminate.
So neither during the 11-year evergreen period nor during the 7-year meet and confer period would we receive that 175.
Again, the meet and confer is the old version, but no, we wouldn't.
And that's true for the long-term option as well.
Yes, and that's why I added slide 8, which is a chart that shows your total accrued revenue up until the year you notify Athens of an intent to terminate. So you can look at that chart and go out 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 30 years, and see how much money we would get. Now, when you terminate Athens, when you provide that notice, you're now starting the extended contract duration of 18 years or 25 years. And over those 18 and 25 years, Athens is not paying anything. So if you intended, let's go long term, and you intended to go 30 years, then notify Athens, you would have made 14.2 million in those 30 years, but then the bar is flat. It stays 14.2 million total earned income for another 25 years until the contract is over.
Understood. So I'm curious as to why we got no value for the current 11-year evergreen term.
Well, I certainly don't have the history, but I can share some relevant information. The current contract Athens has was negotiated in I think the year 2000, so it's 20 years old. And at that time, it changed from 7 years to 11 years. And also, the terms of what Athens was providing to the city also changed. So although I wasn't part of it, I know, for example, Athens does not charge the city for waste hauling to any of our city facilities. So we don't pay a trash bill for the police station, fire station, city hall, public works. We're not paying. It was negotiated back, I think in 2000. Is that correct, Christian? In 2000. So I'm presuming, I am making a guess, that because we enhanced the terms of what Athens was providing at that time, it changed from 7 years to 11 years, because that the 11 years was more valuable to Athens, and we enhanced our services more valuable to us. And that's where we are today. And one more thing I think is quite relevant is, even though it was negotiated back in 2000, ever since 2000, Athens has been capped at a CPI relevant to their industry. And separate from that, we've done a few other adjustments relative to the laws changing, which we've discussed tonight. And that's it. So it's if we at one point felt in 2000 it was a competitive bid, it should really relatively be still a competitive bid, because they've been capped at consumer price index. And I do believe the reality of their industry, costs are going up probably a lot higher than CPI. So I'm gonna.
There was a couple years in there.
We are getting a good value today.
Okay. I mean, I'll just note there was a couple years in there where within the same year they came back to us for a couple of different of the extraordinary cost recovery adjustments, which might have been frankly, it's a little bit difficult for us to validate some of the information, but it is what it is. But that's where I understand that other city contracts for trash hauling services or solid waste management are, they are not apples to apples, but that's why I still would have preferred to see at least what those terms are in terms of rates to consumers, rates to the residents and to the businesses. How long is the evergreen term? What is the franchise fee that's paid? Frankly, I don't quite understand why the franchise fee, I mean, it's meant to be a penalty, obviously, to us to cut off the franchise fee post notification. But, in a way, that's the point of the long evergreen term, right? Because you have those you already have 11 years to, continue to, make money on the contract. But in any case, I mean, but these are things that I just don't know, because it is non-standard compared to other industries and other types of contracts. How this particular industry got to these points. I mean, I understand the points of how much upfront capital and investment it does take, not only just to move into a new city, but just to start the business at all. But at the same time, at this point, new capital investment is continuing to be made, and I do see Athens as having been a good partner in terms of the service, in terms of keeping us in compliance. I just when I'm presented with options, but without all the information that's would be sort of necessary to make an informed decision, it just makes me nervous. Particularly when I can't validate some of the numbers that are being put in front of me. Is $25,000 for each year of extension a fair number? That I don't even know. So and the only way I could would be able to get a grasp of it is just to maybe see what else is out there, and even then maybe it's just a best guess, but but it makes it very difficult for me for me personally, to say, oh yeah, that's great, or hell no, that's terrible. So again, I guess, that goes toward my question questions at the beginning, which was, I know that every contract is different, but seeing what else out, even frankly, having a chart that showed us all of those various terms for the 8 Athens cities that are listed here in this presentation would have been helpful for me to understand, okay, at least within the Athens, set of cities, we would be doing, at least average, or, or better than average. I like to think that, we could, but I can't even tell, maybe we're being complete fools and all these other cities made out where, where we just left a lot of value on the table. So this is, that's why, for me, this is I can't come to a conclusion about which of these three, I mean, to me, I feel like I would need more information to be comfortable saying, yes, this is in the best interest of our city, and also in the best interest of our ratepayers, and that, and I can generally appreciate the logic behind you saying that that our cost to consumer, to our residents, to our businesses, should be relatively, on the lower side as compared to other service providers in other cities. But how do I know? That information is not presented. That's my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I have a couple of comments on that.
Yeah.
I think, for one, it's really, I would say, I'm going to guess, it's kind of impossible to actually chart other cities, and that's because it's not apples to apples. Athens has negotiated vastly different terms with each agency, not just in time, but in what they provide. So Athens could be picking up trash cans in another city and not ours. They could be providing free service to us and charging some other agency for their city's trash. And that all gets factored into this. And for one thing, you certainly have the option of declining all of it. You can just say, leave it alone tonight. I don't want any of these changes. That's a valid option, and it keeps us at 11 years, and that's okay. But with the understanding that Athens has been our hauler for 33 years now, since they purchased the caller, who was here even longer, this is a very weird thing to do. You're asked to forecast right now, how long will Athens be here to our satisfaction that we want to keep them? If the answer is, well, I believe over the next 30 years, we're not going to tell Athens to cancel the contract, then obviously you've just passed up an opportunity for $14 million if you keep 11 years. So this is a very hard thing to do. It's almost an abstract decision. So this is just something that Athens has offered. We don't know if it is, an awesome deal or a terrible deal. We don't know. And it's a very hard thing to do. You're asked to project how long will we be happy with Athens, and do you want this particular amount of money? That's what Athens has presented over all these months of back and forth. This is where we're at. And so I understand what you're saying. I struggle with it too. There is no right answer right here before us. So that's why we're asking council to deliberate this and try to give us some guidance.
Well, and this is why I'm glad I'm asking the questions, because now I at least understand the methodology, that it's $25,000 per year for each additional year. And, by your own example, if in your scenario where we did nothing, but we're going to keep Athens for another 30 years anyway, then we just gave up actually, I think on my chart, it says $15.2 million at the long-term option. How do we know that's not $30 million? You know what I'm saying? That's my question.
Athens is a private entity. They run their own business. It's up to them to make an offer. They could flat out tell us, we're not offering anything, leave it alone. So this is kind of what bubbled up, and
So that's
it's
why though we went from like, we went from a negotiating position of, well, anyway, it, um, it seems we lost leverage during the discussion. Um, anyhow, I think that yeah, if I can be, somehow shown that the $25,000 for each additional year is a, or somehow we can validate the value of those additional years, or if Athens would be willing to increase that number just out of, courtesy to sort of make us feel better about the deal, for entering into a longer term. And then I would also say that we've broken it down now to a certain dollar amount for each year of extension. I don't see why the two options are only 18 and 25. Why not? We could consider 4. We could consider 5. That doesn't. It seems to me like there are many more ways to get our arms around this and to actually make sure that we have the right balance between some additional revenue from this for the city, because frankly there should have been a franchise fee all along. See that, that I think is maybe a point that has not been mentioned either. And I don't know the history either. Like you said, it's been at least 30 years, even just with Athens, let alone the prior waste hauler. But in any case, balancing out the longer term versus the additional revenue.
Let me add a little more. I believe, and Christian can verify, Athens would accept anywhere from 1 to 14 years, or 0 to 14 years at 25,000 a year. That is just a formula that they've come up with, and that all those options are acceptable. But I think to come to council and try and get consensus with now 14 choices instead of 3, it just gets harder and harder. So as we were going through, they did pitch various 2-year, 5, 4-year, and 7-year, and we just kind of looked at 7 and double 7 and thinking medium and longer term, just trying to get direction. We're trying to get council to kind of think that, because it is so hard, should we consider really long or medium or nothing at all?
I guess, without being able to validate the $25,000 for each additional year, I would say go back. My personal direction would be to go back and renegotiate that, or at least can we understand what goes into that number, so that there's some rational basis for saying that yes, that's a good number. Because if we can't even say that, then I have a hard time justifying it.
Another thing in analyzing us to another city, not just is there a difference in services, but there's a difference in population. You can't compare us to Pasadena with 3 times the accounts. That's a much more valuable account.
I'm not saying that we should, Greg. Yeah. I'm not saying that we should. I'm just saying that that's market data that if it were presented to us in a chart would be helpful information. I'm not saying we would, benchmark to Pasadena or Alhambra, who has Republic services, or even to Temple City, which is a similar size to us, but gets, I guess, trash picked up twice a week. That these things, as you mentioned, they're not apples to apples. But if I'm negotiating, I want to know that stuff. And I also, if there's a formula of $25,000 for each additional extension year, I want to understand why.
If there is, I'd have to defer that to Athens. I wouldn't have any idea.
Okay, and Christian, would you care to comment on that then?
Yeah, you know, when we enter into discussions with cities about this type of deal, where we are agreeing to basically give cities annual payments in exchange for whatever it might be, this really is over and above any franchise fee that's already existing or waste management fee. And I know that in the case of San Gabriel, for whatever reason, that contract for years only had a waste management fee. Some cities only have a franchise fee. Some cities have 3 city fees. They have a franchise fee, a waste management fee, and a recycling fee, or whatever you might want to call it. In all cases, these fees are pass-throughs. Even franchise fees that city have, it's always a pass-through. So we bill it, we collect it, and we pay it to the city based on whatever the contract wants to call it, or how much, whatever percentage or flat amount they want to charge. And so in this case, this is really, it's kind of a new concept, if you will, where cities might have a desire or a need for additional revenue, and they've come to Athens saying, hey, is there a value in our contract where we could maybe get some additional value from you by way of an annual payment that's over and above, whatever's in the rates. And so what goes into that $25,000 a year number? It's not really this formula that we put into a machine and we spit it out, and this is the magic number for San Gabriel. It's really more of a discussion, as Greg mentioned. It's a year of discussing with the subcommittee and coming to an arrangement of, hey, we might feel that this many years is worth this much in an annual payment. And we've done that same type of discussion. We've had that same type of exercise with a couple of other cities where they've said, hey, if we gave you this, this, and this, would you be willing to provide us with an annual payment because we need it to fix our roads or whatever their need might be? And we say yes, and we come up with a dollar amount that's relevant at that time for those services. And so it's not really a formula that we use for every single city or every single negotiation or discussion that we have. It's really just what's going on with that city at that time, and what are our discussions leading to. It just so happens that the $25,000 for each year, it just kind of worked out to be that way when we had provided the subcommittee with like a 4-year option or a 2-year option or a 7-year option. It just kind of worked out that way mathematically, so it made sense. Is it worth more than $25,000 a year, or is it worth less? Someone might be able to tell us it might be worth more or less. You know what I mean? It really does come down to a matter of, this is the number that we've proposed in response to the city asking Athens, saying, hey, we're looking for additional revenue. We actually had some other packages that provided an annual payment all the way up to $400,000 a year. And it included some other things that were of some value to Athens that the subcommittee had a desire not to even bring to this point, which again is totally fine with us. I mentioned earlier, we are extremely happy with the contract that we have in place. We love the 11-year contract. Do we want more years? Of course, we'd love more years on the contract. But if the council decided, hey, we're good with 11 years, let's not do anything, then we're going to provide you the same exceptional service. If the council says we'd like 1 year or 4 years or 7 years, as of right now, this dollar amount is just kind of, it's just the dollar amounts that we had been discussing as a subcommittee. If you're asking me to go back and say, hey, is 7 years worth a little bit more, or 14 years worth a little bit more than what we've proposed? I have to go back to my board with any kind of changes from what we're discussing tonight and talk to them about it. And they truly respect San Gabriel and look at San Gabriel as an exceptional city as well, and want to do what's best for the city. They have nothing but the best interests in their minds. So
all right. No, so let me ask you this, because the only thing that you said that concerns me is that it's that whatever it is, whatever we call it, and whoever ultimately everything is a pass through. And so
Not this. Wouldn't be.
Huh?
This wouldn't be. If
Well,
there was
that's
an
exactly
annual,
what I was gonna. That's what I was exactly going to ask you right now. I mean, on the record, I mean, are you saying that $25,000 for each extension year is at such a level that it would not be passed through to us, the ratepayers?
it is absolutely not a pass through to the ratepayers. Because as you see as part of this deal, stripping aside the organics discussion, this this idea about an extension in exchange for an annual payment is all by itself. There's no rate increase that goes along with it. So it is not a pass through. It's a dollar amount that we are able to deal with because, as Councilmember Harrington alluded to earlier, we're able to amortize those costs over a longer period of time now.
Can I interject one thing there, Christian?
Yeah.
Because we did, as a committee, discuss whether we wanted to do a pass-through or not. And we did not bring the pass-through option to you. There was that option on the table where the ratepayers would end up paying more. And we didn't think the council would want to do that. And we didn't want to get in the business of raising rates. So we actually had that option on the table and we didn't bring it tonight. We thought as a committee, it would confuse the issue. So there is no rate increase to the payers based on this.
Yeah, I was going to mention the same thing. This is
correct.
Well, that was something we talked about. Also, the CPI that was on the table too, of increasing the CPI, like a +1, +2, and we took that off the table too.
Right. No, I think that was a wise choice. I would certainly agree with that. Should never be in the position of trying to raise rates on ourselves. So, okay, well, at least if you can tell me, and and we have the family's word too, that it's not like this will be rolled into the next extraordinary rate increase that you guys want to come forward with for whatever reason it might be. Because again, there was that time when there was 2 or 3 requests for that, and within a span of at least, probably less than 18 months, and it's sort of, I think that sort of, how do I want to say it? It's sort of devalue the meaning of the word extraordinary.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I can give you my word and the family's word that whatever annual payment is decided upon, if that's decided upon, it is not coming out of the rate. It is strictly over and above anything that we bill from the customer, and we're only able to do it with an extension to the current years that are on the contract. Otherwise, we couldn't do it with just the current contract that we have. If that makes sense. And yes, you're right. You mentioned the extraordinary adjustments. We feel that we have always come to the city with proper justification and reasoning, and all the reasons why, whether it be an assembly bill or a law change or something that's out of our control that really was extraordinary. That is always incumbent upon us, and we realize that we need to justify and document and prove to the council why that's happening, because an extraordinary rate adjustment is simply there to cover extraordinary costs that we are incurring at that time, whatever they might have been. We're just asking for, for that relief because it was out of our control as well. So we always realize that even if it is twice in a year, Councilmember Pooh, we don't ever like to come to cities with extraordinary requests. That's never a fun thing to do, as you can imagine from our side. And a council always has the option of saying no, even if we 100% justify it. So not only do we appreciate the opportunity that we have to come to this council for those, but we take those very seriously, and always do our best to justify and document and prove that those are necessary.
Right. Okay. Let's see here. So let's assume then that we entered into some amount of extension, and then 3 years later said, you know what? this is working out for us. Maybe we want to extend it a little bit more, and then at the same rate, at the same increase in the franchise fee, or would it maybe would it just need to be reevaluated at that point in time, or?
Yeah, I would say that it's safe to say that anytime a city asks Athens to discuss anything as it relates to the contract, we always like to just sit down and talk about it. It might end up being the same arrangement as right now, and 3 years down the road. It might be, hey, it's more of value to us, and here's a higher annual payment. I don't know. But we always just like to have that opportunity to at least discuss it, as the city council likes to discuss things.
Right.
But we're always willing to talk and listen to any of our cities. We appreciate that concept and that opportunity.
Okay, thanks for your feedback, and thanks to the staff and the subcommittee for all their hard work on it. I still feel undecided or unsure as to whether or not $25,000 per extension year is a number that there's basically just no basis to evaluate it, and I think Christian even said as much. Yeah, if there were some logic, if there was some reasoning to the number, then it might make it at least easier to justify in my mind. Suffice it to say that I'm open to the idea of granting extension years in exchange for a franchise fee. I guess I'm just not convinced that the franchise fee that's being proposed is in the sort of best and highest that the city can get. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ding?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, okay, yes. First question also, I want that maybe, I think like previously asking the question, it's we don't do the bid, but is it possible we can get, maybe it's hard to comparison, but we are neighborhood city, how much like a monthly fee they pay their waste storage company? Either maybe the Steel Ensign or somewhere else. I don't know which one city, right? Most of your listing is with the Ensign, but if another company, it's is it we do this kind of research, have some idea. I want this kind of number can help me to make a decision,
Councilman Ding, it's Mark Lazaretto. Yes, when the subcommittee sat down, that was the first thing we did, was we put together a chart with all of the neighboring cities and what their rates are for each of their accounts. And then also a spreadsheet of some of the contract terms for each of those cities. If the council, the full council would like to see that and use it for information and making a decision, we can go back and update those charts, because they're a year old at this point, and there have been amendments to those contracts and rate increases in those cities in the meantime. But in short, we can put it together for you. As Greg alluded to earlier, it'll have data in it, and we can put a lot of rows and columns in the table with as much of the data as we can. But ultimately, it won't be a straight apples to apples comparison, because behind all of those rates are different levels of service. As an example, and Christian pointed out some of this, but if you look at San Marino's rates, you would just see the rate for San Marino, but San Marino has a service by Athens, where Athens goes into the backyard and pulls out the bins for every customer in San Marino. So it really does make it difficult to compare accounts.
Understand, yeah, but I just want some like number to help. Yeah, it's hard to apple all the contract. I understand that every contract is different, but at least it have give to some like number information for it is for me to make a decision too, right? Okay, and then then you when you talk to Councilmember Pooh regarding the like 25,000 on the, I didn't see on our slide, it's what, it's if we keep, from my understanding, it's if we still keep the 11 years contract, it's Anson will be given the city back to 25,000?
No, no,
If
the
we
11-year
were to-
contract is what we currently have, and that's our starting point. You get 0 per year for those 11 years.
Okay.
Athens as a company is interested in increasing beyond 11, and each year beyond 11 is worth $25,000.
$25,000.
If we go from an 11-year contract that we have to a 12-year contract, Athens will pay us $25,000 each year.
Each year it's total like a 12 year, or just in case like your for my understanding for the like a middle term and the long term also, if we just in case, okay, maybe we don't want to do that, but because we already make a decision if we want a medium term or long term. So for my understanding, even this year we make a decision on medium, it's they pay the Anson will just only pay 7 years, 175,000.
They will pay 175,000 every year until we tell them we want to terminate the contract.
Okay. If so, that's meaning if next year, if something happened, it's changing, then we change it. So we just got just 1 year back, right?
Yes, if we extend it the mid-range, which is now going from 11 years to 18 years, Athens will pay us $175,000 for the 7 years we added. If in 1 year from now we tell Athens we want to terminate the contract, then $175,000 is all you will ever get, and Athens will be our hauler for the next 18 years without payment.
Without payment, okay.
For the final 18 years. Payments stop upon our notification.
Okay. All right, so the same to the like 25,000?
The 25,000 is for each year.
It's
So
the
if you want
same.
if you want a $25,000 payment, we change our contract from 11 to 12 years.
Yeah, 12 years, but it's after 1 year later, the city will change their mind, so they stop pay the 25,000 up to the
If
12.
the city wants to cancel Athens' contract, the payments will stop.
Stop.
But the size of the annual payment is based on how many years you want to add.
Okay. That's a really tough decision. Okay. It's another question. It's how much like maybe monthly revenue the Anson will be got. Like the question is, I wanted to know how many resident account, how many commercial account, how many like a multi-family account with the Anson, our city.
Christian can give you an estimate pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, there's about 550 commercial accounts, about 1,050 multifamily accounts or structures. And then I believe there are roughly 6,000, give or take a couple, residential accounts.
500 is for the multifamily, right?
For the commercial, 550 commercial accounts.
Okay. 550. Yeah. Okay. 1,000 for the multifamily?
Correct.
Okay. And 6,000 is for the, around 6,000 for the single house?
Single family, yes.
Single family, okay. Okay. So if we go to longer, you just like for the city, okay, 350,000. Okay, from I just roughly calculate. I don't know. It's I guess it's monthly like a 350,000, maybe more than that. It's at least the revenue from the Anson, right? So that's why this figure come out.
I don't. That's not. That's not an accurate estimate of Athens gross billing, if that's what you're trying to calculate.
Yeah. Actually, I want to ask just just want to see Anson how much discount for us, you know.
Oh, it doesn't count. It doesn't count as anything to any of the accounts, because if an option is approved by the council for a number of years for any sort of annual payment, whatever that annual payment is, it does not need to be broken down by customer, because we are not charging the customers for this. We are not increasing the rates at all. As I promised and gave Councilmember Pooh my word, this is over and above. This is above anything else that we do in the city. Essentially, this comes out of our pocket.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's really no need to figure out what it comes down to on a monthly basis for each account, because that's not going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Also the question is 350. If no matter it's a medium term, it's 175 or 350,000. So it's a fixed amount, or you annually will be increased?
It's increased annually by whatever CPI is. So the same CPI that we use as part of our annual rate adjustment in the contract, that's the same CPI that the annual payment will be adjusted by every year. So it will go up. It will compound every single year by that, whatever that CPI adjustment is.
Okay. So
and that's what Greg put into the slide to show the value of that annual payment going up each year.
That's the number 8 slide shows that. Okay.
Yes, slide 8.
That's okay. So every year will be increased. Yeah. Sounds like more attractive for the long term, but the thing is, it's if just in case just in case the city have the terminated, I think for the city size looks like too many restricted. So I don't know if the Anson can some option on that, because first when I read it, I understand it at least Anson will be given to like a medium term, it's 7 years, and for the long term like 14 years. That's my first understanding. But right now tonight, I just know only if we make a decision we want to terminate the contract, so the rest of the year we cannot get it. That's I want to clarify, you know.
That's correct. A couple things. If you look on the graph that has the accumulated funds, which was slide 8, you can see those lines aren't exactly straight. There's a very gentle curve upwards, and that's because of the CPI. The CPI is the curve. I made the graph assuming an average of 2% over the next 30 years because you have to presume something. I thought 2 was reasonable. We don't know what that actually will be. But that's why it's curved, is because the rate adjusts with the CPI. As far as what to pick, it's a very hard thing to do. You're kind of asked to guess right now, how long will we be happy with Athens? Will we be happy with them for the next 30 years, or do we want to get rid of them in 5 years? And that affects your decision. It's a very difficult thing to do. It's very abstract. But the reality is, it is very unusual for a city to change haulers. It doesn't happen very often. And you can see if we decided today, we'd still have Athens 11 years. So it's waste hauling contracts tend to be very long. If you looked at the other 8 cities, only one had a lower rate or term than us, and they're in negotiations now. I'm kind of presuming they may do something similar to us and extend their term. So this is a hard thing to do. It was hard to figure out even how to focus our discussion and provide some options to get direction. So this is just kind of where we ended up as a committee. We decided to present how long do we want to think of Athens as our preferred hauler, whether the shortest term possible, 11 years, or are we comfortable bumping that up to 18 and for some additional revenue, or do we even want to double that annual revenue and bump them up to a 25-year contract? So it is a tough thing to do, but that's where we're asking for council guidance to make some decision, to give us some kind of direction. And we will come back to council probably at the next meeting with a revised contract that will reflect council's decision tonight.
Christian, I'm sorry, Greg, can I interrupt for one quick second for a housekeeping item? Pardon me, Vice Mayor Liao, I'm trying to label all of the callers on the screen. Are you back in on the phone, on a different phone?
No. So I was disconnected and I just reconnected again. I use my cell phone. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. So actually, for my hope, it's which like my first understanding, have at least 7 years, and if long term 7 years. You know why? Okay. I just consideration the reason I just the new elected council member, right? Okay, if we make a decision, I try also let the future council member, if just in case, okay. So yeah, maybe we love the Anson to the service for our city, San Gabriel City. But for the future, if they want to make the decision, they want to got a bid, they want to terminate it. If we log in this kind of contract, it's feel if long term, if just if we make want to terminate it, we don't get any revenue from the anthem. It's for the future council member. It's hard to make a decision. You know, it's so that's my viewpoint. If we use the 7 year or a 14 year, and maybe the rest of 11 year, you don't if Anson then didn't give it to the city, maybe sounds a more reasonable. That's my viewpoint. Okay, but until right now, I understanding that just only no matter we make a decision terminate, it's terminated. It's we didn't get anything back. So I don't know I don't know this question. I can ask in the question, right? So is it Anson can provide it my understanding the contract or not?
Excuse me, can we provide what? What was that question?
My understanding when first understanding if we on a just for example median, okay, 7 years the year, that's meaning at least the Anson will be given to city 7 years the contribution back, you know, not not cut right away, you know.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're asking now, council member. You know, the way that we have always worked with these annual payments is the same, is that if intent is ever given to trigger the contract, then the annual payment stops. And we look at it as, I understand why a city would look at that as maybe a punishment or a consequence. We really look at that as more of an incentive, meaning we believe that it incentivizes the city to continue that annual renewal with Athens. And in every case, in every city that we're in, all of our evergreen or rolling agreements have always been renewed. They continue to be renewed. And so we look at it as more of an incentive, meaning you're probably going to stay with us anyways. Now there's even more reason to stay with us because we, are willing to provide this annual payment to you as a city. And so in order to keep that incentive there, the annual payment remains as long as the renewal continues to extend. So yeah, I guess the concept of the annual payment going away if the evergreen is ever triggered, that's just part of, that's just part of the way that these annual payments work. That they do stop if the trigger is ever given.
Yeah, I understand it, but I just want to, for the future, if a future council member, so that's why I say, okay, but at least for my understanding, you still have the 11 years, don't give it to the city back, the contribution.
And that's how it is right now. Like if, as Greg was saying earlier, if the city for some reason were to say Athens is doing a horrible job and they're breaching the contract, we need to trigger this contract and get them out of here in 11 years. There's no annual payment anyway. It's just we'd still be in there for 11 years, and then the contract would go out for bid. So the 11 years, the 11-year period is really, I don't want to say it's a moot point. It's 11 years is important, but that's how it is right now. There's no annual payment right now for the 11-year contract that is in place, that's been in place before any of us were even a part of this discussion, if you will.
Can I clarify that, Mark? It's if there's a breach, we can actually terminate.
Yes.
You're talking about a no fault termination is what you're talking about. If there's a breach, it's not an 11-year. There's a cure period.
You're correct. If there's a true breach of the contract, yeah, that's usually an immediate cancellation clause. So yeah, I stand correct on that.
I'm still listening.
Councilmember Ding, I want to also provide another perspective. I think it's very nice that you are showing a lot of consideration for future councils when maybe this entire council won't be sitting in 30 years from now, or whenever it is. So I think it's nice to have that consideration, but there's two considerations. You may be preserving a shorter contract, giving a future council the ability to terminate a contract in a shorter time, but you could look at it as you're also agreeing to something that provides a future council with less revenue if you pick the shorter term. So it can go both ways. So I think it's nice that you're considering it, but I really think you need to think of the city now. What makes sense for us? Should we pick nothing, or a medium-term extension, or a long-term extension? If Athens is ultimately to be our hauler for, say, 50 more years, well, then it makes the answer obvious. The long extension is the way to go because the city will make many millions of dollars. And if the city ultimately will be getting rid of Athens somewhere in the next decade, probably we want the medium or no change. We want to preserve our right to make them have a shorter contract. So it is, I understand we're requesting something very complicated. There is no right answer. You're taking a guess into the future. As is Athens, even Athens, by offering 25,000, is guessing that they want our contract 50 years from now. They don't really know that either.
Yeah, well, if it's easy, no, I'm reasonable decision. Okay, the contract, like say it's at least have a guarantee like 7 years. If we use the medium term guarantee, we can get like 7 years, no matter when the future council member want to do another decision. But I try to respect the future too. So that's why I'm not unreasonable to asking your rest of all the 18 years have to still give it to the city contribution. But if 7 years, I think it's more reasonable if we use the medium term. Long term, the same thing. Okay, so at least offer some, like Anson can offer some like a certain period, the year. Yeah, that's more help.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I do want to share that during our negotiations, Councilmember Harrington brought up the same concept of guaranteeing payment over a certain minimum amount of years. And Christian did take that back to his board, and it came back, no, they were not willing to offer that. And then something similar was the meet and confer. Our understanding of meet and confer was similar, where they would continue payment while we renegotiated a contract to both sides, to satisfy both sides. But actually, Christian clarified that with the board, and that's not the case either. So what you are requesting was requested of the committee, and it kind of was shot down twice. So, you know, I think you came up with a good idea, and it's already been explored, and it was not workable to Athens when we did ask pretty much the same question.
Okay. What's the reason for the answer they didn't accept it, or that's is it
I think
possible?
they looked at it with their finance and accounting staff as to the impacts to Athens having to keep paying us a fee when they know we've triggered termination. So as soon as the city says, hey, we're not happy with Athens anymore, that's a black mark on their books. They're not happy about it. It implies to the value of their company that they're losing a client, which is very significant because it's an unusual thing to happen. So I can see Christian's point that they view it as an incentive and they don't want to continue to pay us while we've opted to terminate the contract.
Yeah, I know that if based on their business size, I didn't say that they are solved, but for our city size and our size, if we still can work with the Anson, got like some couple years like a guarantee is more help. Okay, doesn't mean we don't like trust like really not to trust the Anson. That doesn't mean that just for the long run, you know, how to, you know, it's like I say for the future council member, maybe after maybe 15 years later, some council member they are want a viewpoints maybe. For them, I worry about it. We give to them it's a contract. They say, hey, why you're 15 years ago did like this kind of decision, you know? So that's why that's my consideration.
Okay, you're correct. You're correct in that. As far as wanting a guaranteed minimum number of years of payment, it's really actually in the city's control. Athens is agreeing to pay us every year that we do not terminate the contract. If you want a minimum of 5 years of payments, then don't tell Athens we want to terminate our contract for 5 years. It's actually plausibly better than a guarantee. It's in our control.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's a.
So Councilmember Ding, are you leaning toward a short term, or you just can't really make a decision right now?
I can, yeah, because based on right now the term, yeah, I cannot. I like the idea for the medium term and the long term, but the only thing is it's no guarantee period. That's
Yeah, but that's off the table. So aside from that. We've already discussed that, the subcommittee did. Now that you know that once we terminate, then the annual payments end. You know, what else is there here that you need to know to make a decision. Or if you can't make a decision, that's fine too.
Okay.
You know, that's already been explored and
Okay.
it's not going to happen. So
Okay.
this is what you have right now.
Yeah. You know, when I read this agenda, before the meeting, so I think because they have like my viewpoint, think I have 7 years, so it sounds like a reasonable. Okay, it's fine. But tonight they are listening, so it's for me. It's hard to make a decision right now. I have to let me think about it. Okay, so that's my comments. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'm the last one here now. So tonight it's not a vote, it's direction. And I thought, you know, there was valid questions that were asked, and hopefully that information could be brought forward in some way, you know, in meetings ahead. But I know as kind of working through this for the last year or so, this is a very different contract. It's not like even street sweeping is completely different from this contract. There is a significant investment in equipment and staff. There's a significant degree of specialty here from the perspective that every city has different needs, and we've gone through that. You know, looking at it, one of the things that came to mind was the fact that there are a lot of services that Athens is willing to provide, and maybe in the past we just haven't been as willing to ask, like the compost, like visiting the MRF plants. There's other ways of working with our city businesses and even residential, especially during COVID. You know, people are looking ways to spend less money. But the way I look at it is, you know, we are the council right now, and we need to make some decisions because councils in the past made a decision that they wanted an 11-year evergreen contract to renew automatically with no annual payments. That's where we are right now. And if we believe that there, you know, the likelihood of us really saving money by going to someone else, and I've been convinced after the studies we've done that this is where we are going to be. And we owe it to our residents to make a decision of some sort. And I think I am leaning towards the long term, the $350,000 annual payment, which is not a pass through in any way. That was the first thing both Councilmember Harrington and myself said. We do not want our residents or our business owners to bear the brunt here. So this is above and beyond. I mean, this is not a pass through. I'm sorry. This is not a burden for our taxpayers or a tax, as you know, some people refer to it as. And I believe if we stayed with where we are right now, if we decided to terminate the contract, it takes 11 years before we can even go with someone else. That's what's been given to us. Whether it's right or wrong, that's what we have right now. And you know, I just cannot see us, you know, I would entertain the medium term, but at the same time, I just can't see us moving to another contract, another trash disposal without some really legitimate reasons. And I haven't been able to see any legitimate reasons for us to move to someone else. I think Athens is providing a good service. I believe that we owe it to our city to try to enhance what is coming back to us as a city. $350,000, I think, is a significant amount of money that we can really use at this point in time. And you know, there's been so many. Councilmember Harrington did a good summary. I wish you know, maybe we should have taken better notes. I'm glad the staff has taken the notes because a lot of it's transpired over the last year. And you're right, Mark, in the beginning, we said we want to see comparisons, and we have them there. But for tonight, we need to provide some level of direction. And I believe I heard at least two council members, Councilmember Harrington and Vice Mayor Lau, say long-term. And I will also lean towards a long-term contract at this point. But with the understanding that I think Councilmember Pu had some really legitimate questions, and hopefully that could be passed along either as an agenda item or as an update for the council. Mark, you had your hand up too.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, my suggestion, we don't have an actual contract extension before you tonight. We were looking for direction, so we have to come back anyway.
Direction. Yes.
And it really, the hard part is drafting the language, and then the numbers are a placeholder. So might I suggest that we've heard at least 3 that say we want to extend the contract for some price and for some number of years. Let's work with the city attorney's office in Athens to go back and forth on what the language looks like in the contract. We can put in the placeholder for that medium term with the dollar amount we've talked about, or the long term with the dollar amount that we've talked about. And then in that time period, Greg and I can work to update the tables that we have, and we can provide that information as part of that staff report, and that might help council make a decision. And if they look at that information and decide that we want to go back for a renegotiation because council feels like we're too low, we can do that, and we're not locked into what we bring back. But maybe it provides the amount of information that makes the rest of the council more comfortable with that decision.
Okay, yeah, I thought I had said there's no vote here tonight. It was strictly just direction. Councilmember Pu?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I like the idea. I mean, obviously, when you draft the contract language, putting in the numbers after the fact is, a couple seconds work. But to somehow, and even as a lawyer, I don't know how you would do this, but somehow put in there some language that as guarantees as much as possible that it's not, that would not be passed through to us, the residents and businesses in our rates, because to me that is a very important point, and I think Councilmember Ding was saying so, and that actually the subcommittee also said so too, that there was a specific point that they raised during negotiations. So at least language that would signify that, and I'll let Keith's office, our city attorney's office, figure out how we enforce it.
Councilmember Harrington, I see your mic is on. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to just, there's a few things that came up, and I just wanted to give kind of our perspective, or my perspective from being on the committee. And I had them in a specific order, but I'll just talk about that last comment regarding passing through the costs. Right now, there would be no way to pass through those costs, because even if we took the 25,000 per year, the contract only allows it to go up per CPI right now. There is no way for Athens to raise the customer's rates under our contract. So unless we change a term that allows them to pass this through, they couldn't anyway. The reason I would like to go back on a few things, and I would agree from a lot of the comments tonight, there is no right answer. There's only an answer or direction that the council provides. I believe there's better answers. And the reason I'll say this, I know Councilmember Lau was talking about the lump sum amount. And we went through that, we asked for that. It just wasn't tenable to Athens. We could, but it would literally be just a lump sum. There would be no yearly after that, and we would lock in a certain term. So I think Greg explained it well. It's better to have it under our control. If we actually want a lump sum, then we decide how long that lump sum is. It's just spread over a number of years. So as to the lump sum, after 1 year of not terminating, we actually lose. We're on the losing end of that, because now we've extended technically, because it's a rolling extension every single year, and we're on the losing end because let's say we ask for a 7-year. After year 1 and we go into year 2, that lump sum is already paid. And now we're in a year of not getting paid that yearly. We're only getting that lump sum. So there's other ways mechanically we could do that. There's ways to write it so that we have a lump sum right now, and then we don't get anything for 5 or 6 years, and afterwards you'll start a yearly. We've considered a lot of those things, but it made sense just to have a steady income year over year. And then as far as the amount per year, believe me, we asked for more than 25. I would go along the lines of Christian. There's no way to actually know the value, because you're trying to predict future financing from the opportunity costs of borrowing and the value of this contract to a bank. So they're kind of at best right now guesstimating. I guarantee you it's in their favor. I can't guarantee you that it's in our favor. If I was in their position, I would figure it out that this is the most we could give to the city. And I think we asked multiple times. We did ask. I mean, and as far as losing leverage, I think this was initiated by the city. We asked, we would like to get some more revenue. What can you do for us, Athens? And then when they came back with the proposals, we said absolutely no pass-throughs. It has to be something that Athens can do. And in the beginning, we were just talking about added services. It wasn't even cash payments, I believe. So cash payments came up long after, and it was after a lot of go-arounds. So along the lines of comparing our fees to other cities, to the costs, I really don't think there is a way to calculate that. And I'm not sure that anybody could actually calculate a number to a reasonable figure that someone could really, like, quote unquote, check their work, other than waiting 10 years and auditing it and saying what it actually was, which I don't think we're looking for a true up. That would not be reasonable, because a true up could go much worse in our favor. So we just want to have an agreement, and we're all happy, we all walk away. And I wanted to kind of take the position that Tony had regarding future council members, because it's kind of, it dovetails right into Jason's comment that we don't have a franchise fee right now. That is a problem. I wish we had one, because we would be making more money as a city right now. We would have more revenue. So those two views are kind of what we're living with right now. And I think Denise or Mayor Menchaca said that this really is an opportunity that we have right now to secure a revenue stream for future councils, as well as while we have a kind of a cash shortfall right now. Next year, we'll have a pretty good opportunity to have some better revenue. So we right now are making a decision that will more than likely benefit future councils. We don't know that this offer is here 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 7 years. It may not be there. Athens can come back and say, no, that's not good for us. I know we offered it to you in 2020, but we've redone it, and because of what's going on in other cities, we have all the investments we need to make, and there is no opportunity for us right now to make money off of these longer contracts. So we've invested everything we need to. So my whole point here is there is no good answer. There are good answers. There is no right answer. There's only the answer we give. And to me, that is our job, is to come up with, we do nothing and leave it as is. We do any number of years, 1 year to however many number of years. Like, we're not going to go West Covina and say 25 extra years. I don't think Athens would be very surprised if we did something like that. But at the same time, we should come up with the concept. Do we want more years? Do we not want more years? Because if we don't want anything, staff can walk away. But I think, like the mayor said, we have some interest in this, because if we did the medium term, $175,000 next year would be a nice little chunk of change to add to it's additive to our budget, that we didn't raise fees, we didn't raise taxes. It's just revenue to the city. And that's music to my ear. We have revenue not based on rate increases or on tax increases. Those are, believe me, in the city, those are unicorns. When you're not raising rates on people, you're not raising taxes, you're not raising fees, and all of a sudden the city gets more revenue. So in my opinion, I'm all for the longer term. I would go for that, and I will take them as placeholders. But I think, and I wanted to address Councilmember Ding directly, is just say, that really is, even though you're new, that really is our job, because 10 years ago I was new, 8 years ago Jason was new. We were all new once, but we all made decisions that will affect future council members for a very long time. And that's kind of your job. While you're new, you are the person that votes on this right now, and you make the decision for current residents, future residents, current council, future councils. So that really is our job. So I would just say venture into going with your gut, and just and use a little bit of logic and say, we have an opportunity to make some revenue for the city here. So thank you. I hope that helps.
It helps. I hope so too. I think it helped. Thank you for those words, Councilmember Harrington. Is there any other questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Yes.
Oh, good. I was disconnected. Terrible. I couldn't get on the video. I couldn't get on the phone. Okay. But anyway, my proposal is 14 years, additional 14 years, because I look at this, the city of West Covina, city of Covina, they sign up the same term, and they all got the upfront fee, the so-called bonus fee. And if you times 175,000 times 14, that's $4.9 million. So we could get, 4.9 million right away to do whatever we want to fix all the streets. I want to fix the streets again. But reason we had to do this because any liable to the city, for instance, if we don't comply, all these laws are passed, and the city will be fined $10,000 a day. So we got to find sort of a good standing with the recycle, California Recycle Agency. And so we won't get into that kind of trouble. But I can see, because this solid waste management is facing a lot of challenges. Number one is recycling. All these things that we recycle, they cannot sell. So they're already losing the revenue. And the second thing is there's so many toxic for the past 40 years now is polluted in the landfill. And that creates a big, a liability issue for all these trash haulers. So we want to stick with the company that we can work with them for a long period of time, even though we want to terminate, but still, we stuck with that 11 years. So again, I stick to my point. I want to extend the contract 14 years, but with 4.9 million upfront fee. So this is my proposal.
Okay, well, I think we have direction from the long term, and it's actually for the 14-year, Vice Mayor, it's 350,000 annually. But you want all the 350,000 times 14 in advance. Is that what you're saying? You want some big?
That equals to 4.9 million.
I don't believe that could be a possibility, right, Christian? I think we had asked about. I mean, you would have to take it back to your board. I guess that would be.
Yeah, I'd have to take that back to my board and ask them. I'm taking that that's in exchange for any annual payment. Correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think they could do it. With the long-term contract, they can borrow more money. As a matter of fact, Athens is expanding, and with their facilities and all that. So I think it will be beneficial to both, city and Athens company. So. Yeah.
Well, that's one council member's proposal. I didn't hear anyone else ask for upfront money, although I see a mic on. Councilmember Pooh?
I would just, I'm not asking necessarily for upfront money, but I'm just, I guess if we're stating positions, I would prefer not to go to the absolute longest term, longest extension term. So something in between, either the medium term, or if we wanted to say something like a 20-year extension or a 20-year evergreen provision. But again, I still feel I need to be convinced that $25,000 for each extension year is an appropriate amount. So I wanted to, I guess, put a plug in for some moderation and not go to, if we have a 25-year evergreen, then yeah, you're really married then. You're going to be locked in. We would be locking in, and to Councilmember Ding's point, we would be locking in future councils, future residents, pretty much forever, unless there was a change in corporate structure or merger or something else happened on the Athens side. But so I just want to just want to advocate for some moderation and not just, straight up money grab.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like we're already married at 11 years with no annual payment. It doesn't have to be 20 or 25, 11, we're already there. But hopefully staff could kind of sift through some of the comments and bring something back. That I see a nod. Okay, great.
Yeah, I have one more question for the page number page, the chart. So the question for the Greg, okay, you make the chart, right? For the revenue chart.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay. So this is like based on your red line is based on the middle term is 175,000.
Correct.
And I think the gray one it's 350,000, right?
Correct.
It's 5 years later will be like if we use the 25 year, 5 years later it's 2.9 million.
It's small on my screen. If you want to extend to a 25-year contract and you terminate, you give notice in 5 years, you will have earned 1.8 million, and then the revenue will stop.
So okay,
the gray line is the 25.
This amount is a compound together, right? 5 years.
It's 350,000 compounded over 5 years at 2% and added up each year.
You add on together all each year, the 5 years together, it's a 2.9.
I don't see 2.9. I'm not sure where you're looking.
On the page 8.
It might be the old graph.
Oh, okay. Oh, I get an older one. For my handy maybe it's an older one. Yeah.
Yeah, the view one I think has a different number, or has a different number.
I wanted this chart. I wanted to understand it. Maybe let me see.
The chart that was emailed this afternoon is the one we're looking at tonight.
Let me. Yeah, I used my. Okay.
Is it possible, Councilmember Ding, that maybe we can move forward and you can ask more specific questions of staff? It's already.
This number is true. Why I wanted the correct number. I think previous it's the wrong one, but this probably the update one sounds like a correct, more correct again, because I just roughly when I saw the previous one, it looks like it's something number. It's not the correctly. Okay.
No, the previous chart had an error. It was a misunderstanding of meet and confer with Athens, and we dropped that term and just switched to 7 and 14 years. And this new chart is the updated numbers.
Okay. Yeah, because the chart it's helped me to make a decision too. So I really okay. All right. Okay. So. It's maybe based on like subcommittee we talking about. I also talked about Anson. Is it Anson? It looks like the question is to the question looks like Anson is happy to us for the 11 year, right? Just our city request to have get some payment from the Anson, so Anson will try and make like a middle term and a long term. That's that
was a decision the subcommittee made. There was lots of choices in between. Councilmember Pu just suggested, a shorter than 25 years. He suggested 20. This was just to kind of have something for the councils to discuss and deliberate on.
Yeah.
So we have the short term, which is what we have now, medium term, which would extend it to 18 years, and long term would be 25 years. So, but we can be here forever just discussing all the possibilities.
Why I asking this question just is it because no guarantee period, so that's why I asking it's for the Anson they prefer the long term, or it's just keep like 11 years. So that's
So
just
that would be, are you asking Christian that question?
yeah.
Oh, I can tell you the answer. Go ahead, Christian.
We always prefer a longer term contract.
Okay.
For sure, we would love that. But
Yeah.
I think it's important for you guys to know that we love our 11-year agreement that we currently have with San Gabriel. And we just appreciate the opportunity to have discussions with you about these different options.
Okay. But if we, for my understanding, okay, my viewpoint, if we would, for the negotiation, the point, okay, if you have provided some year the guarantee, probably it's more help. I will make a decision. Okay, that's my point.
Mayor Menchaca?
Yes.
May I suggest that I set a meeting up for Christian and I and Greg? We could talk one-on-one with Councilmember Ding. I know he's stepping into a huge decision without any background. And I think we have direction from council on what to bring back, and we'll be more than happy to bring back that information. And then we can have a side conversation, and Mr. Councilmember Dean can get very deep into it, as deep as he wants.
Okay.
Okay, and if there's another council member who wants to join in that conversation, I think that would be acceptable.
Absolutely.
So,
I offer that up to any member of the council.
Great, as long as it's just two. Okay, well then, we need to get to the next item. Thank you, Councilmember Ding, and thank you, Mark. But before we continue on with agenda item C, it is that time, 10:49. And we do have the 11 o'clock rule. Can I have a motion that we go past 11 o'clock?
I'll move.
Okay, I'll second. Okay, City Clerk, can you please take the vote?
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, next item, please.
Item C, approved temporary outdoor business permit program. Presentation will be made by Management Analyst Chris Kalbaklian.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Chris Kalbaklian with the Community Development Department. The item before you establishes a temporary outdoor business program as part of the city's response to COVID-19 pandemic and the recently approved 10-point plan for recovery, resilience, and reinvestment. Next slide, please. Next slide. As we know, businesses across the nation have been severely impacted by the health and safety protocols and response to the pandemic in the state of California and especially in Los Angeles County. The health and safety protocols are changing quickly, pushing businesses to adapt and get creative to stay open and be able to safely provide goods and services to their customers and our community. Next slide, please. Sorry, can you go back to the previous slide, so slide number 2? Thank you. As recent as yesterday, protocols have severely limited indoor operations, pushing businesses to figure out how to operate safely outdoors. And many of our businesses must operate by the conditions of their conditional use permits and are significantly impacted in trying to stay open and comply to the protocols. Considering how quickly protocols change, and in trying to serve our businesses, community, staff recommends establishing a temporary outdoor business permit program to assist San Gabriel businesses to stay open and serve their customers and our community while keeping public health and safety at the forefront. Slide 3, please. Page 3, thank you. Staff has received inquiries from businesses about outdoor business opportunities, with some businesses already altering their operations or trying to get creative with providing their goods and services outdoors to adapt to the new protocols. Currently, businesses wishing to have outdoor business permits must submit an application along with a $170 application fee and wait for their applications to be routed through pertinent city departments for review and feedback. In pulling together these items for your consideration, staff has researched and reached out to local cities that have established outdoor dining programs. While outdoor dining can definitely be addressed through this effort, staff considered that many different types of businesses will want to explore the opportunity to do business outdoors, and now to try to accommodate their operations outdoors as well. This program is flexible enough to ensure public safety is at the forefront, with the flexibility to provide customer service on a case-by-case basis, be of assistance to our business community. Next slide, please. With your approval tonight, staff will post the program guidelines and short, straightforward application and checklist on the city's website and on the Economic Development webpage. The guidelines will also be available in Chinese, Vietnamese, and Spanish. Businesses can also contact Community Development or the Economic Development Division to have guidelines and applications emailed or mailed to them. The outdoor business permit packet also includes a sample site plan, which helps businesses think through their outdoor areas and also prepare their application. In line with the cost savings effort of the 10-point plan, this program will waive application fees and provide for an expedited review process. Again, the program focuses on being business friendly while keeping public health and safety the top priority. While this is temporarily a temporary permit program, there is no sunset date, since we just don't know when the protocols will change or ease up. Approved applications will be permitted for 90 days with a 60-day extension, so that staff can keep in touch with businesses and ensure compliance. Staff will not wait until these extensions requests to address any issues or concerns that may come up. Staff will follow up on any inquiries or issues immediately and will also randomly inspect the approved business for compliance. As for businesses that have already started providing outdoor business services, once this program is approved, staff will reach out to work with the businesses to ensure compliance with the program. Slide 5, please. Next slide. Staff has reached out to LA Department of Public Health and incorporate the requirements in our program, which makes this a one-stop permit for most businesses. Businesses with existing alcohol licenses will need to also reach out to the ABC to complete their COVID-19 extended permit so that they can serve alcohol outside. For most businesses, this will be a one-stop permit. Next slide. So this is a sample site plan. It includes in the draft program packet. It'll help businesses think about their space and options they would like to consider, and help them prepare to submit for review. Next slide, please. Staff sees a lot of opportunity for outdoor dining and outdoor businesses done right in our commercial areas that can incorporate public right-of-way, parking spaces, or plazas, with the appropriate safety measures as outlined in the program guidelines. Next slide, please. The item before you also requests that council considers approving an administrative approval process for drive-up, curbside pickup designated areas. Next slide. As part of the city's guide to new ways of commerce, it's suggested that businesses think outside of the box to providing contactless or contact-limited services to their customers, which can include the use of online ordering, delivery services, and drive-up and or curbside pickup items with an administrative approval process in place. Staff can process these requests on a case-by-case basis, ensuring appropriate signage, clear markings, accessibility, and safety measures are addressed. Next slide. The items also recommend that City Council provide the city manager with the authority to make adjustments to the program as needed. In reaching out to local cities that have implemented outdoor dining programs, a lesson learned is to keep this effort flexible and responsive to the fast-changing protocols. Also, the flexibility allows staff to make adjustments as best practices learned through the process. The city manager provides council weekly COVID-19 update which can be a good opportunity to share any substantial changes the program with your honorable body. Next slide. There is no fiscal impact associated with the establishment of the program. The program is being administered by city staff, and all costs such as translating and printing is being absorbed by the Economic Development Division annual budget. The 10-point plan provides for the waive of fees for signage, tenant improvement related to COVID-19 compliance. This program falls in line with those efforts. If in the future the program is eventually made permanent, we can come back to council to address fees and the use of public permit right-of-way. Oh, sorry, I think we skipped a slide. As such, the Community Development Department, you can go back to the slide 11, please. Thank you. As such, the Community Development Department recommends that the City Council establishes the temporary outdoor business permit program, approves the administrative review of curbside pickup or takeout, parking signage and stall markings on a case-by-case basis, and provides the city manager with the authority to make adjustments to the program as necessitated by changes to best practices and public health orders. Slide 12. So this concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questioning.
Great, thank you so much, Chris, for staying up so late too. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll start with the clarifying questions of council before we go to public comment. Councilmember Ding, any questions?
No question.
Okay, Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one quick question regarding the, I think it was slide 5 where you discussed the one-stop permit. I was a little bit confused, Chris. Are we talking about, because you did say you have to go to the ADA, it has to be ADA compliant, but there's also the ABC and the health department. When you say one stop, does that mean the city's going to help with all that, or those are in addition to the quote unquote one stop?
So basically the health department is allowing us to do whatever typically the health department does with reviewing, seating and they don't get involved with really like outdoor for restaurant use. They're
Okay.
giving us the okay to do that, review ourselves.
Okay.
For ABC, the businesses actually have to go directly to ABC and they have to apply for, I think they have to pay like $100 and there's like a COVID ABC form that they have to fill out, and they would have to actually give that to us when they're submitting the application to us. For
Okay,
us
so
to
they go to
review
the
their site plan and
they go to the ABC first and get their plan and then come to you.
yes, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay, got
But
it.
they don't really go to the health department.
Okay,
The
gotcha.
health department is relying on the cities to handle whatever they would normally handle because I think they're a little overwhelmed with everything that's going on.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Councilmember Pu, clarifying question?
No clarifying questions, thanks.
Okay, Vice Mayor Lau.
Not at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have none either. So this is the time, I'll make my announcement. The time for public comment on this item is now closed. Chief City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one comment this evening from Debbie, and it reads as follows. What are the consequences to the city and residents if an injury or fall occurring on the sidewalks related to outdoor dining areas? Our sidewalks were designed based on SG's criteria and regulations. The condition of our sidewalks leave much to safety concerns as our streets do. Sidewalks are uneven. Many cracks and areas where plants and trees have narrower sidewalks. People walking with family, friends, and pets will have less room to walk. Imagine a stroller. May even step into the street to get by. Look at everyone walking with cell phones and not paying attention to where they are going. People being courteous is not always occurring. Even eating outside, there is still social distancing required. Imagine the potential legal situations for the city and how it may affect residents. And that concludes the comment. That's all the comments we have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll proceed to council deliberation and discussion. Vice Mayor Lau?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a quick comment. Actually, it is a concern because, you know, we have some plaza and there are maybe 4 or 5 restaurants right next to each other. And, you know, if one of the restaurants say, hey, I want to use the sidewalk for outdoor dining, and, you know, the rest of the 3 restaurants don't agree, you know, because maybe they wanted to. So that might become an issue. And also, I think this comment by Debbie, I guess, yeah, the liability issue, because the restaurant owners, they don't really pay for the insurance for the property, especially for common area and parking area. So it's a landlord that really paying for the insurance. So I would think first of all, before they come to a city to apply for a permit, maybe they should get agreement from the landlord, but also a kind of, you know, agreement from other neighbors that doing the same type of business. So this is just my concern. But overall, it's a good idea. We just have to open up, you know, outdoor dining if we have a space for it. Yeah, so that's another challenge in City of San Gabriel. We don't really have too much spaces. So, but yeah, it's a good idea. I support this.
So in regards to liability, part of the application process, they would have to get approval from the property owner. If the property owner wants to convert some of their parking spaces into a dining area, when they submit the site plan, city staff would review the site plan. It's going to get routed to building planning, public works, fire, and PD. We would go in person on site to verify if they meet the health department guidelines, and then accessibility wise. When it comes to the street, setting up tables and chairs on the street, we would have to look into the business actually including the city for liability insurance to cover the city. And then same thing if a landlord is going to allow, because we have to look at life and safety, the landlord's going to want and allow parking spaces to be turned into a dining area, or if a business wants to put clothing racks or something to promote their business, we would want to make sure that landlord includes that in their liability insurance.
Okay, so I think that's the number one thing. You know, if the restaurant owner say, well, I want a patio for outdoor dining, the first person that they have to ask is their landlord. You know, because it's not in their contract. You know, for renting the restaurant space, and you got to use extra space. Like I said, as a common area. The landlord may not want to agree to that. Another question is, you know, because we have a hotel and there's a rooftop and not being used. I can say in the past, you know, they had several banquets, parties on the rooftop, and now it's vacant. So I'm thinking, well, can a rooftop be converted to an outdoor dining area? So that's my question.
That could be possible. Again, it's case by case. The hotel would have to apply, and then we would route it to all the departments. We have to look at life and safety, of course. We have to look at accessibility, access to the rooftop, and it would get routed to fire and PD, building planning, public works, and then we can make a determination. Back to the application process. The landlord would have to be notified, and we do have that's in the application process. So we would get approval from the landlord.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilmember Pu?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I really like this idea also. I think it may be few and far between in terms of the spaces that really work for this. But again, you know, we want to support our business in whatever way we can. I appreciate Chris's comments about, and Vice Mayor Liao bringing up, you know, consent of the landlord. And looking at attachment A, which is the actual application, permit application, I don't really see a lot of language here that says, you know, consent of the landlord is required. So I think that does need to be incorporated into the actual documents. I don't know if the actual permit, you know, should have some language in there too, some covenant type of language. With respect to the liability issue, on page 5 of this agenda item, the last paragraph is permittee must provide liability coverage and name the city of San Gabriel as an additional insured party. Then I would add some language here, and defend, hold harmless, and indemnify the city from any incident that may occur within or because of the approved outdoor business area. The difference being, you know, that an obligation to defend means that they would have to pay for any defense costs up front versus indemnify, which can sometimes just mean, you know, we have to chase them to seek reimbursement after we've already, you know, had to put some money out. And I do agree with the concerns that, you know, if it's taking up a part of the sidewalk or otherwise on public property, that could result in potential liability for the city, hence these insurance, defense, hold harmless, and indemnity provisions to try to cover ourselves as much as possible. You know, it doesn't, I'm not saying it's watertight. I think there is still risk there involved, but for the, you know, and again, I would trust the staff to be sensible about which businesses, which spaces can actually make this work. You know, if it's just the sidewalk and nothing else, then that doesn't, you know, doesn't obviously. I don't think any of us think we could put a whole table there and also have people be able to walk around them at the same time. So there does need to be, you know, some sense of space, or as the materials suggests, the possibility of using some parking spaces. Again, I think that it would be a negotiation with the landlord and the other tenants, because now you're effectively reducing the parking. Probably a lot of plazas and things don't have, their parking lots aren't full anyway, but again, you know, you'd want to make sure, I think, that the rest of the tenants wouldn't be too severely inconvenienced or impacted and things along those lines, because in helping one business, we could be, you know, potentially hindering another business. So those are my comments, and yeah, thanks to the staff for bringing it forward. I think it's I could see, you know, I can think in my head of like a few places where this could be really successful, it could really work, and for those that are lucky enough for it to happen, then, you know, it would add some liveliness to the city as well, because as you're driving by, you kind of see, oh, there's some activity there, and maybe that also helps to encourage passersby to stop and shop, dine, you know, and enjoy our city. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrington?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I think I'm fine. I don't have any further comment or deliberation. I think I like the program, and I just would thank the staff for getting this deployed, and you know, it really will help in whatever we can as far as the local economy. So I really appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dane?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, the staff who have give to our business owner. They have the opportunity to get that outdoor business. I think most may be for the restaurant. Okay. Recently, I hear about also like got the even like a beauty salon, they can go to the outdoor too, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So for the street side, yeah, I agree. The Councilmember Pooh, it's regarding the asking. Yeah, it's definitely what they're asking their landlord approve, but also the applicant should be provided the insurance, the additional insurance for our city. So yeah, for the future, we don't want to get the city got a lawsuit to put on more money on there, right? Yeah, that's the concern. My concern also still want them even outdoor, still want to keep social distance, everything safety, right? That's my concern too, you know. And hopefully, yeah, this will really help. This program will help our the business can get reopen, recover. Okay, thank you, staff.
So with salons, I mean, of course, it's case by case. They would have to apply. We do have to look at like life and safety because with salons, I mean, they can have extension cords and equipment in people's right of way. So it would be case by case. They would have to apply. We would have to route the application to all of the departments, and then physically go in person on site and make sure that they can have their business outside. And then, of course, we also follow the health department protocols as well for social distancing.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any comments from Armene or Dominica or Claudia? I thought I saw someone turn on their mic. No? Okay. Oh, Claudia. Oh, no.
I just wanted to say, I accidentally turned on my mic.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm paying attention still.
I think I'll wrap it up. I think what I'll do is just wrap it up and say that a lot of our neighboring cities are doing this, but interestingly enough, because the health order keeps changing, they're having to go back and make adjustments to their existing programs. I think what we're trying to do is a little bit more innovative because we recognize there's going to be more changes coming, and we already have businesses taking a lot of their operations outside. We've noticed some folks already trying to do that. So if there's a way we can work with them while doing it within the parameters, I think that's our goal. And if there's any further changes, we certainly would be working with the city manager. And as part of our regular updates to council, I think it's important to keep you in the loop as we're getting these requests, because we literally have almost 24 businesses waiting for this item to be approved tonight because they're waiting to be contacting us in the next few days to start the process. So thank you for the opportunity. I know we've been bringing a lot of different pieces to council. We really do appreciate your support in all of our efforts.
Thank you, Armene. I still haven't commented, so just real briefly, first of all, thank you for taking this. I think I was the first one to actually suggest it, and I appreciated that I had some support. And it looks like you've just gone completely, full force. And I was going to suggest looking at some of the adjacent cities. I know I had brought up Pasadena being the one I think really paved the road for this, because they right away started putting the restaurants on Colorado Boulevard, setting up those borders, and it looks like they've been very active in this. So it would be good to kind of touch base with them. Maybe you've done that already. Some of the pitfalls, some of the things that they've learned through this process. And again, I think just supporting our business. I think this is so such a positive step, showing them that we're trying to be partners with them. We're not trying to in any way interfere, impede. We want them to be successful. So providing options within those guidelines. And again, it constantly is changing, because I think last week the salons couldn't go outdoors, and I think Monday or Tuesday they can now. So I do appreciate the fact that you've made this so flexible. And with that, I guess I need a motion. Could I have a motion to approve the recommended action?
Motion to approve the recommended action with the minor clarifications and modifications that we had mentioned.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, that's the vice mayor. Okay, Assistant City Clerk Bonus, please take the vote.
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. And it is 11:17, so unless there's objection, there isn't any further items that, we can't wait. It's strictly manager's report and council comments. So are there any objections for us just to adjourn?
Madam Mayor, I have an important announcement.
Okay, well then, let's just move on to next item, public comments. I see Councilmember Pu also has a comment. Next, public comment. Do we have any public comment?
We do not,
Sharon?
Mayor.
Okay, city manager's report. Do we have any? None?
No, nothing to add.
Okay, so we'll start with Vice Mayor Lau for council comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We part of this St. Gabriel Valley Talk, ENR, and we invite the Addison manager, and he told us the Addison will increase 14% for residential consumers, and they will appear in front of CPUC actually this month. So majority of the members in this committee, we don't support the rate increase because, during this COVID-19, there are so many unemployed people, and a lot of them can't even buy food. And now they want to increase 14% for their electricity bill. So I think it's unethical at this time. We asked them to postpone it, but then no. So what the COG is going to do is asking the chairman of the it's called the Utility and Energy Committee. That's Assembly Member Chris Houghton, and the COG is going to write him a letter and ask him to tell CPUC not to support this rate increase. So this is very important. I need to tell everyone.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Pu?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to report on behalf of myself and Mayor Menchaca that the community outreach related to the subcommittee on racial and social equity issues in the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd has been doing the community outreach that we promised we would be doing, meeting with various different stakeholder groups, and we look forward to bringing back recommendations to the full council.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Harrington?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to thank staff and everybody tonight for the participation and the great reports. I don't have any updates, so thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Ding?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you all the staff and the police department, fire department, keep our city safety. Okay, and for our community, the business reopened. I think the Omni also me and Vice Mayor Liao. So we will. We already also invite all the city council to next week have the press conference in front of the city, right? So Omni, is it true? Yeah. Okay. So let the press to help us to tell our community, the business owner know our city program, and not just the business owner. Also, I think we have program for the low income, the renter, for the CDBG fund, and plus also we have the food delivery for the community service. Yeah. And one more thing is maybe Rebecca. It's for Rebecca.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe tomorrow you have time. Maybe I call you or you can call me regarding some like organization. They try donate some food for the our city like food delivery the event. Yeah.
Yes, I'd be happy to reach out to you tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
Not too
So-
early.
Not too early.
Not too early. Okay. All right. But yeah, it's 11 o'clock. We have the meeting with the community development. Okay. Yeah. So so tomorrow we keep in touch. So hopefully that's nice things from this organization. They fundraising some and then provide some lunch for our maybe senior or like a medical work. So I want to discuss with you. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you, all the staff. Thank the mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dean. Well, I'll go through my list since everyone else did. So we're not leaving yet. First of all, the Mission Fire, I just want to say that Chief Wallace and myself will be sending out thank you notes on behalf of the city for all the assistance that we got from neighboring cities. It was really an amazing feat to see so many people, so many of our neighboring cities coming to I guess to the fact that, you know, this our mission is just has so much value, and as soon as everyone heard, we had I think 5 different cities, we had 70 firefighters. It was just truly a labor of love and just wanting to save our mission, and it was just a spectacular collaboration. And we will be thanking those agencies for the work that they've done to help us during the fire. The second item is for Rebecca's team. This week is San Gabriel's Walk, Run, and Roll, and they've developed 2 maps. One is 1.5 miles. The second one is 3 miles. I've already done the 3-mile one. There's a scavenger hunt. There's a free vest for the first, I think, 25 people who sign up. There's an opportunity drawing, but this is a good way of keeping physical distancing, but at the same time, having people out there doing something to just, something that's healthy within certain guidelines. And glad to report, I think, Rebecca, as of earlier today, you had 84 signups. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And so
We're
very
excited.
successful. And the first, and you only get the map if you sign up. So I won't tell you exactly what the route is. However, the first route will be, it is in the north side, but this will be done again. And the second one will be towards the south and kind of circulates a little bit around the Mission District. So, so sign up, participate. I think community services, I applaud them for being creative during such a difficult time. And I think they found a winner here with that level of participation. So hopefully everyone in some way gets involved. And then lastly, I just wanted to just remember the death of our Congressman, John Lewis. He was a civil rights icon who dedicated his life to human rights. And he leaves a tremendous legacy. And one of his favorite sayings was, get into some good trouble. And so I wish all of us, we all do some good trouble, make this just a better place, whether it's the city or your personal life, just a better place. And so with that, I will adjourn. The next regular city council meeting will be held on Tuesday, August 4th at 6:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Good night. Thank you so much.